Ready, Heather? I'd like to call this meeting to order. Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop. Today is September 25th, 2019. The time is 7:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Knudsen.
Here.
Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh is absent. Mayor Hache.
Here. Please stand for the flag salute. Please join us in a moment of silence in honor of the brave men and women serving our nation's armed forces and as first responders. Thank you. We'll start with public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person. Public comments going once? All right.
Just turn on the microphone. If you look down, there's a button, and then the green light will go on. Thank you.
Manish Ramali, 625 Terhune Road, Ridgewood. Good evening, everybody. I am here to request of Council transparency into the Shedler project which is going on. I know it's a lot of work which has been done by Department of Engineering in last few months. Me as a neighbor of Shedler property as well as member of Shade Tree Commission, I would like to see if we can get at the very least quarterly updates from Department of Engineering in a public forum where we can hear more about it and if possible ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? All right. We'll close public comments and move on to manager's report.
Okay, the next Village Council meetings will take place on the following dates. October 2nd is a work session at 7:30 p.m. October 7th, which is a Monday, is our public meeting at 8 o'clock p.m. It is on a Monday due to the fact that Yom Kippur is on Wednesday, October 9th. And then October 23rd, the work session's at 7:30 p.m. There's a mobile shredding event this Saturday, September 28th, from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. in the Graden Pool parking lot, being held rain or shine. Place your items for shredding in a paper bag or cardboard box. No plastic bags are allowed. Limit 5 file-size boxes per vehicle. This event is sponsored by Ridgewood Recycling and is free to all residents. Gold Star Mother's Day will be celebrated by the American Legion Post number 53 on Sunday, September 29th at dusk, which is approximately 7 o'clock p.m. at Memorial Park at Van Ness Square. Please note that the village calendar date was incorrect. The Ridgewood Chamber of Commerce will hold sidewalk sales October 3rd through 5th. Come and shop at our wonderful shops who have some amazing sales and stay for lunch or dinner at one of our many fine restaurants. The deadline for voter registration for the November general election is October 15th. Anyone who has not yet registered to vote or has moved into Ridgewood or within Ridgewood since the last election should register or re-register to vote. The voter registration will take place on October 15th from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. in the village clerk's office, and then from 4:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. in the Ridgewood Public Library lobby. Speaking about the general election, the Bergen County Board of Elections is still looking for poll workers to work at the November 5th general election from 5:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., and you can work right here in Ridgewood. Poll workers must be at least 18 years old, a Bergen County resident, registered to vote, and you must attend a 2-hour training class. The pay for the day is $200, and if interested, please contact the Bergen County Board of Elections at 201-336-6230.
Thank you. Council reports. Councilman Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very briefly, Green Ridgewood and the Green team met last week, and all the plans for the rollout of the single-use plastic bag ban have been finalized, and you'll start to see us on weekends to hand out some free reusable bags, some information, and we're also looking into getting some assistance from other civically minded groups in the village. And that's about all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Sure, thank you. So last week, the Planning Board Master Plan Advisory Committee met downstairs for a Saturday morning, 9:30 to 12:30, for the visioning workshop, which is the culmination of the visioning survey and the steps toward a new master plan. The workshop was attended by about 30 people coming in and out, but mostly about 30. Everyone had the opportunity to review the results of the survey and then break into individual work groups to go through the visioning survey and to prioritize what would be important looking toward the future. So it was fairly successful. We hope that everyone will join us again this Saturday, September 28th, 9:30 to 12:30. We really hope to see a lot more people this go around, and just so everyone understands, the visioning process and these workshops and the future master plan is not something that we're doing for today, but it's really looking out 20, 30, 40 years from now, and the Ridgewood that will exist in the future for future generations. So we really hope to have some of the young folks who have kids, and bring your kids, and it's okay, and we have bagels and coffee, and if we have enough kids, we'll get some orange juice. But please, we really want everyone to come and participate. You can stay for 5 minutes. You can stay for the entire duration. Participate to the extent that you want to. But learn about this. It's really important for the future. And then the other item we have is Access Ridgewood 2019, celebrating 10 years, embracing our unique abilities, special gifts, and special needs. This is our special needs access programming. This will occur Friday, October 11th, Saturday, October 12th, and Sunday, October 13th. Many have come to appreciate the Access Ridgewood programming, especially this particular weekend, Access Weekend, as it really highlights the talents and gifts of our special needs community. And it's a jam-packed weekend. It's really exciting. It's lots of fun, and it's incredibly educational, and it really brings our community together. So we hope you join us. I did send a image to the village website, and we have some information that'll give all the details, the breakdown, hourly breakdown for the 3 days, tell us what activities will be happening, and hopefully everyone will come and join us and have fun and appreciate our special needs community. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Voigt?
Thank you, Mayor. Citizen Safety met last Thursday, September 19th. The following issues were discussed. Safe routes to schools. They were wondering if it's possible to ensure that all the sight lines for students and motorists at the intersections are in compliance with village code. I think there's a certain height the bushes have to be, so if they could look into that. There is going to be, I believe this month, a speed limit blinking sign to be installed around Mid-Street on North Walnut between Linwood and Franklin. Heather, is that correct?
We're hoping to get it before the end of the month, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. The members of CSAC would like the village to look into what might be done to ensure safe crossings at Hillcrest and West Glen and at Heights in West Glen. There's sidewalks that have been built, they're being used. The issue is getting the kids crossing the streets, especially during school hours, and there just doesn't seem to be a safe way to get them across the streets. So if we could look into that. There was a question on the bagged parking meters that appear to be 24/7, 7 days a week in the Central Business District. The question was, can we get some of the bags at least removed on weekends for additional parking downtown? I know you're looking into that, Heather. There is still concerns about pedestrian safety with the fenced-off sidewalk along South Broad and Hudson Streets. There are people who have been walking in the street. They're concerned about that as well. And lastly, at Starbucks, drivers continue to ignore the cones, and they take U-E's around the cones, especially going east around the cones. It happens on a daily occurrence. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just some updates here. We had on last Saturday grand opening for Apricot Lane. They're at 111 East Ridgewood Avenue, across the street from the park. They're where the old Learning Express used to be. It's a women's fashion boutique. It was a great event. We had a lot of the members there from the council. We had Deputy Mayor. We had Councilman Voigt. We had a lot of the other business owners from the community who came around to support them, to give them the welcome. I thought it was so nice. I think it was Joe Latona walked in bearing gifts for them. It was a really nice community event. And then we also got to meet some of the other business owners that will be having some grand openings coming up. So just so that everyone knows, we have about 5 grand openings scheduled by the Chamber in the month of October so far. We have another grand opening coming up on Thursday, September 26th. It's Sunny's Skincare Studio across from Whole Foods. So if you can all make it, it'll be great. The time will be on... what time is it at 6 p.m. So if everybody can make it, that'll be great. We had Parks and Rec meeting last night. Several things were discussed. We actually saw a presentation from a young man. He's a junior in high school. He's working on his Eagle Scout project, and the project is to improve the access to Kings Pond from McKinley Place. Right now, it's a very steep. So he's working on the engineering of coming up with a series of steps and a culvert to divert some of the water. And so we're excited about the project. He still has to button up a couple of things with his council, and then we have invited him to come here and do a presentation before us. I'm excited to hear what that's going to look like. There were some concerns about the destruction of Kings Pond. There was apparently some vandals created a bike trail up there. We're concerned because they have destroyed about 1 acre worth of wildscape, and that's so precious, and it's a concern because we need to protect that as much as possible. One of the suggestions was to have the installation of cameras up there, but also one of the other things that was discussed is to have take a look at any ordinances that we have regarding vandalism, to include the destruction of wildscapes. It doesn't seem that currently it encompasses that problem. So that's something for us to take a look at. We had on Monday our 125th anniversary gala committee right downstairs in the garden room. You may have seen already on social media we sent out a flyer for the event. For those of you who don't know, it's going to be on Saturday, November 16th. 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Felina's at the new event space, which looks amazing. And it'll be truly a community building event. Felina was kind enough to allow other restaurants to participate so that we will have a taste of Ridgewood. And already I'm getting some enthusiastic feedback from the restaurants. So anyone who's interested from the restaurants who wants to participate, write me an email. I'm kind of coordinating all the interest coming in, but ultimately Anthony Bucco of Felina's will coordinate the menus to make sure that we end up with different dishes, not 10 different types of meatballs. So make sure it's a varied menu. And we already have some donations. I know there's Sherry Wu from Bamboo House is donating some dumplings, which are outrageously good. Kilwins is providing some truffles. It's a great opportunity for us to get together, have a good time, enjoy some music, some reminiscing, and then look at some interesting new things. One of the things that we're going to be talking about is a project that the Deputy Mayor has been working on. You want to talk about that, about the cans?
Oh, sure. So we're doing a Recycle Ridgewood and Celebrate 125th anniversary by creating ornaments for the Bergen County Winter Wonderland Ridgewood Community Tree. This is kind of fun. It's a fun project. We'll invite all businesses, community groups, and organizations to just take an old soup can, turn it upside down, punch a little hole, spray paint it, and put your logo and information about your group and organization. And when we're finished, we'll have a community tree that really is outstanding and represents Ridgewood. And we hope this year if the county executive is listening, that Ridgewood will prevail and win first place, or anything for that matter. So look for that. Will be a video, a little slideshow. We'll give a little bit of instruction, but it's really fun. It's a cute program, and it really engages the entire community and helps us celebrate 125 years. Thanks.
Thank you. It's a very elusive title. We're like the Susan Lucci's of municipalities when it comes to decorating the ward. But the other thing that we're working on now is reaching out to Uber and Lyft to see if they can provide round-trip rides to the gala event. It is a Saturday night. We don't want, especially with the closure of the Hudson Street lot and all the interim parking spaces that we have on street, we want to make sure that we're not cannibalizing the parking spaces that the restaurants will need for their patrons on Saturday night. So if we can get a round-trip ride, and then everybody can have an even better time, knowing that they don't have to drive home. So, but all the details will come out as we get everything finalized. We expect to have the tickets on sale in about a month's time. So be on the lookout for that. And then the other thing I want to talk about, we had our weekly construction meeting today with the folks from Epic for the Hudson Street parking garage. And the good news is it seems that we have everything sort of lined up so that by next week, they promised, the alternate access to the parking lot for those businesses that are on East Ridgewood Avenue on the north side of the lot, that will be opened up so that we can be able to do deliveries and drop-offs and stuff. So that's a very exciting development. I know that, and we appreciate everyone's patience in the initial phases of construction when it's been a little bit tight getting around downtown. And the other thing that we discussed, almost forgot, and Parks and Rec, is the community beehive project. We had our local apiarist, Frank Mortimer, talking about the project. We've kind of outlined what are the basic costs for the overall project. We're looking to partner up with some of the troops, Boy Scout, Girl Scouts, to do the actual construction work around it. Right now, the area that we're looking into is Kings Pond over on Lakeview, and trying to find the best location near the pond. That obviously we want to also be mindful of any issues with flooding. But it would be an opportunity for different groups in the community, whether businesses, HSAs, troops, and so on, to sponsor a beehive. And you can have some branding if you want on it. But it's a great opportunity, as it's an educational opportunity. It's, to teach kids about the importance of pollinators. Also, we're going to have Extraction Day. So, and it could also be a good fundraising mechanism for these organizations to raise money. So instead of having a bake sale, you can have a sale where you're selling wildflower, locally sourced honey, and it's a lot healthier for you than brownies and cookies. And it's also, they fetch a pretty penny. That's all I have.
Okay. I just wanted to make one comment on Councilman Voigt's question about the interim permit parking spaces. Those parking spaces, some people think it's for the commuters who were displaced from the Hudson Street lot. That's not the case. They actually are parking in spaces at the train station lot. These interim permit parking spaces are for the people who parked in the back lot behind the Hudson lot. There is a legal easement that's there, and we were obligated to provide parking for them. What we're doing is we're evaluating over this entire month the usage of those spots, and we're hopeful that we can restore some of them back to meters based on the usage of the spots. So, probably sometime in October or so, we'll probably restore some of those spots so that people will be able to park. I have heard from some businesses, and certainly we'll keep that in mind as we restore the parking spots.
Yeah, and in the discussions that we had with the property owners, we initially thought that there would be less spaces needed, and according to them, they need all 33 spaces.
Wow.
So that is why I think it's, one is what they think they need, and now what we see based on observation, right, what the actual usage is, and we want to make sure that those are not being utilized, get put back into the inventory.
Got it. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to our discussion items under budget. The first is a grant for professional design services for Safe Routes to School. This is a proposal from MV5 to prepare the preliminary engineering, final engineering, and construction engineering support services for the Safe Routes to School grant. I believe we discussed this previously, and we were waiting, I believe, for pay-to-play forms, which we have received. So this will be on our special public meeting. We also had a award of a professional services contract. This was construction, inspection, and testing services for the Hudson Street Garage. Proposals were received in August, late August. There were 3 plan holders eligible to bid, and we received 1 bid, which was also from MV5, for a quote of $56,260. Again, we would like to award this contract so that the special inspections for the concrete and various other things can be done during the construction of the Hudson Street Garage.
Heather, I have a question on the Safe Routes to School.
Okay.
I was just looking at the budget or the fee summary, and I was looking at the overhead for each of these particular tasks, and was kind of astounded how high the overhead was 144% of the amount, and you know, if you add all the overhead up of this contract, it's $150,000 in overhead for this particular proposal. I'm just curious as to why it's so high.
I think I'll have Chris Redshauser come up because he was the one who submitted this grant proposal and has been in contact, I know, with, it's through DOT, is that correct? That it was awarded? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. The award to NV5 is for them to do the design services related to the Safe Routes to School grant. They are the approved consulting engineer for DOT. We met with DOT, I think in January 2018, regarding the design services, and they offered a list of, I think, 3 consulting firms that were acceptable to them. We were familiar with NV5, so we selected them. That's their cost to do it. The cost is going to be borne by DOT, not the village taxpayer at the end. There is a minor correction to what Heather had said. The $157,000 award, roughly, is for the preliminary engineering work. It does not include the, I think, final design and the construction engineering. The total of that is, I believe, around $268,000. If you do the math, we're looking at $268,000 of services related to a grant of about $400,000. These are federal grants, and federal grants have a lot of requirements. Both myself and others on our engineering staff have had to go to training seminars on how to administer these federal grants. So basically it's a big pain in the buns.
Yeah. So this is not going to be borne by the taxpayers here at all?
At the end of everything, no. We have to front the money up front now and get the work moving, and then at the end we are supposed to be reimbursed by DOT.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And the reason it's so high is the complexity of the federal grant process. Federal grants have a lot of onerous paperwork. They want to make sure that the money that they are giving away is properly used, properly distributed, and can be fully accounted for at all stages and at the end.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item is a recommendation from the Central Business District Advisory Committee, which was to create a 15-minute parking space by the UPS store on East Ridgewood Avenue. This will help to offset for the lost spaces in the Hudson Street lot, or this lot behind the Hudson Street lot, where people used to be able to go in the back, bring in their packages, and get them to UPS. So this is the first meter west of Prospect Street, to be changed to a 15-minute meter. The next item is surrounding property owners of the Hudson Street Garage. Mr. Rogers, if you could just give a brief summary of that and what we're doing this evening with our resolutions.
We are going to be considering some resolutions tonight, 3 particular resolutions, one dealing with Ridgewood Properties, which is the property that's located on South Broad Street, directly adjacent to the northwest corner of the Hudson Street lot. The second one is Frances property, which is kind of what I'll call the middle properties that directly abut the northerly side of Hudson Street lot. They front on East Ridgewood Avenue. And then the third one we're considering is a property that is 22 Prospect Street. It's a property that comes in from the easterly side on the lot, almost to the northeast corner of Hudson Street. And there is an agreement for access with regard to all three of these. They basically say the same thing, that access is needed during the construction phase of this particular project. We need it for the excavation of footings, just to excavate for the footings, and once the footings are in, nothing, including the footings, are going to be in their property. The one issue with 22 Prospect Street is that we are going to be, and we have an agreement, we're just waiting for the property owner's bank to give its execution on this, but we are going to be taking approximately 185 square feet of their property to kind of round out that northeast corner of the Hudson Street lot. It's an agreement that we have that will be involved separately, but it's recognized in this agreement. So all three agreements are for consideration. These are the temporary access agreements that we've talked about before that are needed during the construction phase, and really pretty much during the early construction phase, which is supposed to last about a month and a half to 2 months. Some of the other aspects of the access agreement is that with regard to Ridgewood Properties, the property on the northwest corner, that driveway lane that goes along the rear of that property in between the buildings and the Hudson Street property. That's going to be used for access to all those properties on East Ridgewood Avenue that have the floating easement right that's been recorded for years in regard to their access over the Hudson Street property. So it's been fun trying to get it together, and a little bit complicated, but at the same time, I think we're have everybody in agreement. There are some spending some time on some wording at this point in time, but what we figured we'd do is hopefully not only will we have it all done and agreed to by next week, but if we don't, then we have the resolution in effect that the mayor and the village clerk can sign off once the agreements are fully, fully worded in accordance with everybody's understanding. So that's what we're looking for.
Okay, and then the final item that's going to be on the special public meeting agenda is a grant which was found through our grant writer, Millennium Strategies. It's a recreational opportunity for individuals with disabilities. As you may recall, last year at about this time, we did authorize a grant application for children with disabilities to be able to participate in a cooking class, nutrition class. That was approved by the council, and we were fortunate enough to be awarded that. Those classes have begun. They'll run through about October, November, and then they'll pick up again in January. It's a 10-week course, and they have several children involved. They're really enjoying it. And so this particular grant is going to go for programming for young adults ages 19 through 23, again with special needs, disabilities, focusing on culinary arts, nutrition, gardening, shopping, and more. We are applying for a $20,000 grant, and of that, in addition, the village will provide $4,000. There will be a $24,000 program altogether. It will be run through Health Barn, and it will be held at the stable as the current one is being held there as well. So it's a great program, and I applaud Nancy Bigos, who thought of helping our young adults who are perhaps starting to move out on their own or in a group setting to be able to learn how to cook and shop and garden. It's a great skill to have for anyone. So that's all the ones that we have prior to the special public meeting.
All right. Take a motion to suspend work session, convene special public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh is absent. Hache.
Yes. Village Council, special public meeting, September 25th, 2019. Time is now 8 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Deputy Mayor Knutson.
Here.
Councilman Seaton.
Here.
Councilman Voigt.
Here.
Councilman Walsh is absent. Mayor Hache.
Here. I move the first reading of ordinance 3750.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh is absent. Hache.
Yes. So order. Would the clerk please read ordinance 3750 by title?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 265 of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood, Vehicles and Traffic at Section 265-29, Parking Meter Zone Designated.
I move that ordinance 3750 be adopted on first reading in October 7, 2019, be fixed as the date for the hearing thereon.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh is absent. Hache.
Yes. I move the clerk read ordinance 3746 by title on second reading, that the public hearing thereon be opened.
Second.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh is absent. Hache.
Yes. Will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3746?
Bond ordinance and providing improvements to Zabriskie Shedler House Phase 3 in and by the Village of Ridgewood in the County of Bergen, New Jersey, appropriating $158,000, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $78,000 bonds or notes of the village to finance part of the cost thereof.
The entire village council should vote on this bond ordinance, but since Councilwoman Walsh is not present this evening, we will be continuing the public hearing and final vote to our October public meeting, October 7th. The public hearing on ordinance 3746 was advertised for this evening, so anyone wishing to comment may do so at this time. The public hearing is now open. I move the public hearing on ordinance 3746 be closed.
No.
Nope.
Carried.
No, sorry, we carried. Continue to October 7, 2019.
Second.
No, I second, sorry. Sorry. I'll second that, sorry.
Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh is absent. Hache.
Yes.
Wait, did we just do that wrong because Mike should have,
That's okay.
it was okay, right?
The mayor can make
It
the
works.
motion. It's
The mayor
fine.
made a motion,
Fine.
and Mike Seaton seconded.
All right. Motion to adjourn special public meeting and
We
reconvene work
have
session.
resolutions.
Oh. I'm skipping everything today.
The following resolutions, number 19-320 through 19-326, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. 19-320, authorize execution of temporary access agreement, Ridgewood Properties, LLC, and Epic Management, Incorporated. 19-321, authorize execution of temporary access agreement, Franchise Realty Corp. and Epic Management, Incorporated. 19-322, authorize execution of temporary access agreement, AHK, Prospect Realty, Street Realty, LLC, and Epic Management, Incorporated. 19-323, authorize execution of grant application for recreational cooking class. 19-324, award professional services contract implementation of Safe Routes to School grant not to exceed $157,468.20. 19-325, Title 59 approval, special inspections for Hudson Street Garage. 19-326, award professional services contract, special inspections for Hudson Street Garage not to exceed $56,260.
We also have the last one, which was approve the grant application, which was attached to that discussion item, which we just discussed, for the recreational opportunities for individuals with disabilities. So as long as... if you were-
323 up top, no?
Oh, yep, you're right. Thank you. I'm sorry. I was looking at it. I said, where is it? I didn't see it. Good. I feel better.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And Knutson,
Yes.
Seaton,
Yes.
Voigt,
Yes.
Walsh is absent. Hache.
Yes. Now we'll take a motion to adjourn Special public meeting, a reconvened work session.
So moved.
Second.
Knutson?
Yes.
Seaton?
Yes.
Voight?
Yes.
Motion is absent. Hache?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So we don't have any discussion items for Ridgewood Water. For parking, we have the parking rates. So we did give you a bigger print one, so you can read it a little better. The main thing I do want to let you know is Bob did this analysis, Bob Rooney, our CFO and Parking Utility Director, and basically, as we discussed, I believe at our last meeting, we do need a rate increase. The Walker study projected that. In addition, without doing so, we will not be able to have enough money to be able to pay the debt service. So if you want to start with, the Village Council did ask us to look to see how long it would take and how much it would cost to put kiosks throughout the village. And so this first page, assumptions kiosk purchase, is if we were to purchase it. And we're looking at the permit increase, if you recall, was $25. It was $5 increase for the CBD permits. If you go to the next section, it says permit increase and assuming increase to $1 on and off-street parking. It gives you the totals and the revised excess. What we anticipated was possibly a 15% increase in kiosk revenues. It may be more than that, but Bob wanted to be conservative in his numbers. And so as you can see, if it's a permit-only increase, we are in a deficit. If it's a permit increase and increasing on and off-street parking to $1, there is a to the positive in 2020. However, it is a deficit in 2021. Down below on the left, it says permit increase, assuming increase to $1.25 for on-street parking only. And again, you're seeing in 2020 and 2021, we would have a positive result. Permit increase and assuming increase to $1.25 on and $1 off-street parking, both of those, again, result in a positive revenue. And then permit increase and assuming increase to $1.25 across the board, which is actually, I believe, what Walker recommended. That's an even greater increase. This extra revenue that we would obtain will be used for debt payment. It would also be additional reserve for maintenance for the garage. If you recall, every contractor who came in prior to us hiring Epic, including Epic, indicated to us the way to maintain the way to have longevity for the garage was to maintain it. So this extra revenue will help to pay for it. Maintenance in other areas, such as paving of the lots, and then also it does, our salaries for our PEOs also come out of that revenue from the parking utility. The next page is if there are different assumptions if we were to lease it. Again, it goes through the permit only increase, the permit increase to $1, in which case we would have a positive result in 2020 and a deficit in 2021. If it was assuming increase to $1.25 for on-street parking only, again, it would be to the positive, much less so in 2021. Permit increase, assuming increase to $1.25 on and off-street, and then $1 off-street parking, again, would be positive on both counts. And then if everything was $1.25, it would be positive.
One thing that doesn't add up here is that when you look at the first page, the assumption is that we purchase the kiosks.
Correct.
And permit increases, let's say the right column, permit increase and assuming increase to $1 on and off-street parking,
Right.
we end up with a smaller deficit than we do if we lease the kiosks. I would think if we're leasing a kiosk should cost less than
The
buying one
leasing
outright.
actually ends up costing more, which is actually on the last page, if you want to go back to kiosk
I mean,
costs.
it should cost more in the long run, but from one year to the next, 2020, 2021, seems like it's a big difference.
Let's go see the last page.
If you go to the last page, it shows the kiosk costs, and it shows that if it's purchase, annual cost, so here on the last columns, there's purchase, because we'd have to bond it, and then there would be annual cost on a 36-month lease. And it shows you overall that we would be paying less if we were to bond it. So it's because of the, overall, yes, it's a big number up front, but annually, it's about $272,000 to lease it. These are 85 units total throughout the village. So,
So again, usually when you're leasing equipment, you're paying for the depreciation of that asset. But we're bonding for 100% of the cost of the asset. So I would think it would cost us more to buy than to lease.
but
So I'm just not sure these numbers are making sense. Okay.
with the lease, there are additional, I believe what it is there are additional lease maintenance costs, which might not come in with the bonding, because we get a 36-month warranty, I believe, is what Bob had said. He will, we can discuss this again next week, and I'll certainly, bring these questions to him.
Sure.
And he'll be here to answer them and explain it much better than I can, I'm sure.
The other question I would have for him also is if he can just verify what the increase has been in revenues where we've deployed the kiosks. Here I'm seeing that he's including a 15% increase, when I thought that we were talking about 3 times the amount.
Well,
in revenue
again, we
increase.
had seen some 40% increases, but he didn't want to go with that because, again, he's basing it only on what's happening in the lots. We can't separate the streets right now because street is all together. And so, to be conservative, he said he wanted to do a 15% increase.
Well, so to the mayor's point, and I agree with what he's saying, is that our experience is much higher than 15% based on what we've done. And then you sent us this case study from Pittsburgh.
Correct.
And the Pittsburgh case study, they doubled the revenues with the kiosk.
What he said, what Bob said, is he would like to do this for between January and about April, evaluate it, and then see if, we may even, he's concerned we may even need an additional increase, which is why he's saying whatever increase we choose, we should be wise and not be on the low side, because, then we may need to have an increase again in July. And so I would think that if it were me personally, and I had to pay an increase, I'd like to see an increase once in a year instead of twice in a year. So certainly I can ask him about that. Again, he was being very conservative because the only real data we have is from the couple of lots that we've had the kiosk in for a while, and not overall. And as we know, sometimes the kiosks go down or they're jammed up intentionally. And so, obviously during the time frame, we're losing some revenue as well. So I think he was trying to factor all of that in, but certainly I'll bring this to him, and he'll be here next week.
So Heather, he must have more history now of where those, even from before, it was like 45% increase. He's got another 3 or 4 months worth of data he can look at and see what's happened from the baseline. And that may help a little bit as far as this 15%. I think it's a little light, to be honest with you.
Okay.
My opinion is that we know there's always going to be a drop-off when you tweak these rates, and I feel far more comfortable with the conservative approach, even though we had anticipated from the get-go at 20%. But I think that we're better off taking that conservative approach just to account for any drop-off. We don't know.
Correct.
We certainly don't want to have an overreach here, so I think we're better off.
So what I need you to think about them for next week, first of all, about the permits themselves, what the recommendation is a $25 increase. That's far less than what we've increased them in the past, and, it'll help. Obviously, we can't do it alone with just the permit increases, but as long as the council's willing to agree to that, we can certainly put that into an ordinance and the $5 for the CBD increase. Then what we need to, again, determine is, are we going to do $1 on and off-street parking? Are we going to do $1.25 on-street and $1 in the lots? Or are we going to do $1.25 throughout? Or are we going to do $1.25 only for on-street parking and leaves the lots at 75 cents? So,
I say keep it simple, straight across the board. I think it's just easier.
and basically, through those different analyses, what we found is obviously the $1.25 everywhere is the most revenue. The $1 everywhere is the least overall, and then obviously the $1.25 on street and the $1 in the lot is in the middle. So,
And I think to your point that we certainly don't want to increase it twice. So if we wind up finding a short in that, I think we should do across the board and be done. If somebody's going to pay $1.25 here, they're going to pay $1.25 there. I don't think it's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I think the only reason why it was even brought up is that it was about incentivizing people to park
correct, in the lots.
in the lots. When it was 50 cents, you could pay 50 or 25. Differential wasn't, although it's the same differential, it's 25 cents, but at, $1.25 or $1 might be, because you're already paying $1.
Correct.
That would be more of an incentive. But I think that's originally why Walker had suggested the differential, if I recall.
I think it's an incentive if you charge me $5 on the street and
Make it
$1.
painful enough.
But I don't think it's an incentive on a quarter. I think it's just I don't think it's not a really good motivator.
Then change the motivator. Make it 75 cents versus $1.25.
No.
$1.50.
It might help with repeat parking and employees too. So
Right.
that's the other thing. Like your average visitor who's coming in for an hour or two or even 3 hours, once or twice a week or once or twice a month, really isn't going to be hit that hard with it. But the people who are parking in front of their store day in and day out, 5 or 6 days a week, then they might find another way to get there if they can, or park in the parking lots and leave the streets open. So I do believe in, we should at least try the incentive to see if it works, and maybe frees up some parking spaces on the street in front of stores. But, maybe the revenue from the kiosks comes in a little bit above 15% and everything evens out. And if it doesn't work out, then you have to raise everything to $1.25 across the board to pay for the parking garage.
Okay. So, as I said, I'll have Bob get answers to those questions, have him come in. I just want to please have you really think about it, because I do need a decision from you on the 2nd, because we need to introduce the ordinance on the 7th and then adopt it in November so it's effective in December. We do start selling the permits in December, and we need to know how much we're charging, as does the general public. In addition, the parking meter increases would go into effect January 1st. So we need to have them, reprogrammed in time for that as well. So the other thing is that I guess I need you to make a decision as to whether or not you want to lease or buy the kiosks. I realize you want additional information from Bob before you make that decision, but hopefully we can get that decision from you also on October 2nd. There is a lead time anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks, depending on, what we decide to do. And so if we decided then, we would probably be able to get them up and running in at least early January, hopefully. So
One question for Bob is, what's the length of the lease?
the length of the lease is 36 months.
So 36 months.
Yeah.
Then what happens at the end of 36 months?
Then you can re-up, but it may be at a higher rate. Right, renew. Right.
New kiosks. throughout town? You could have new kiosks, or
No, I'm just saying, when the lease ends, it terminates. Normally, you either can let it go, let it terminate, renew under different terms, so you'll have different choices.
So to the mayor's point as well, on the kiosks, can we just find out what the benefits are from a purchase versus a lease? You'd mentioned something about we get additional, I don't know, maintenance with the lease.
Correct.
I don't know, if you can just find out what those things are, that'd be helpful.
I mean,
Yes.
because on its face, I would say bond it and buy, but that's on its face. If I'm looking at these numbers, that's what I would do, but I think
Right.
it's a great,
So what happens, are these kiosks expected to live, have a short life of 3 years? Because we're still bonding and paying over a longer period of time. After
Correct.
3 years, there's no more
Correct.
payments. So what's the, sort of the point of indifference for the village between the two?
I think that the other, I mean, I guess the question is too, then we have technology that might be outdated. I mean, I think we just need a little more information
Okay.
as to what,
Okay.
as Jeff pointed out,
Yep.
what comes along with that.
Okay. We'll get that information for you. We'll report on it next week, and then we just need some decisions so we can move forward.
Yep.
Thanks. The next item is roofing of grade and pool buildings. This includes the first aid manager's office, the concession badge building, the restrooms, and the garage. They went out for proposals. The lowest bid was from Tri-State Roofing and Siding of Elizabeth, New Jersey, at $19,500, and there is funding for this in the capital account.
Just real quick, where are we at with the bathrooms there?
That, we're going to have a report on that next week, actually.
Okay.
So
Perfect. Oh,
we'll have information about the bids and what we're doing. The next item is, we had discussed this at our last meeting, where EMS wants to purchase a alternative support apparatus, or an ASAP, and the alternative was a gator. I have Acting Chief of EMS, Ryan Savaria, here. I'm going to ask him to come up. He's prepared a memo for the council, and he's going to give you the process that they used to choose the ASAP vehicle, the comparison of the two vehicles, testimonials from the agencies who are using the ASAP vehicle, and then a summary and recommendation to purchase.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is, yeah. Just gotta, yes. I'm usually on the other side of these, right?
He knows how to use those.
Can't remember how many years it was working the cameras. I was in high school when I started that, so this is a little strange for me. But yeah, as you guys are aware, through the 2019 capital budget process, we had requested to purchase a replacement for our 1996 John Deere Gator. We use that obviously to access and transport and treat patients at various events, calls, emergencies in the town. As we were looking through that process to purchase that, we had started this, I would say, in the neighborhood of 8 years ago. We've been trying to replace the Gator for some time. It has gotten prioritized with other projects in our capital budgets. At this point, it's come to one of our top priorities, which is thankfully why it was awarded for the capital accounts for 2019, based on the function it doesn't serve us, the state of repair of the unit, and what is currently available to better serve the mission of the department. So myself and the leadership team from the department looked at the available units. There are, as I mentioned in the memo that I sent you, there are other alternatives to the MedStat 500, which is the ASAP unit we're looking for, but they're all based on what they would consider a skid mount unit. Basically, what they're doing is either replacing a pickup truck body on a utility vehicle, like a side-by-side ATV, or sliding something into it that allows you to transport a patient. All of that is going to do is add length to the units, but not going to change the units overall. You're still out in the open. Nobody produces, besides what we have found, an enclosed, purpose-built, basically mini ambulance. We did look at, we did provide you with some details from one unit from First Attack. We did also look at a unit from Kimtech Fire. They make fire apparatus. They will not quote us on an enclosed unit. The enclosed units they've sold from the other manufacturers, they sell you the unit with the skid mount, and then they send you to basically a marine service place to custom build your overhang, custom sew a canvas top like you would for like a Bimini boat top with a side. And that is something that is custom quoted. They won't do that on their end. So it's two separate vendors, possibly three, to get something that is enclosed like an Army truck style. But they won't build something with hard sides from either manufacturer. The one that we did get a price from, and the others that just don't offer it because of the logistics around trying to get all of those pieces to line up for something that we don't feel will fulfill the mission. So we did obviously push forward for the purchase of the other unit, which also was included there. That, as you've seen from various towns that use it, they have had both. So several of the towns we did provide testimonials for do have both a gator or have used a gator in the past and have moved to the alternative support vehicle. And they all will, as you've seen, use the alternative support vehicle over a gator. And that's for a number of reasons. First and foremost, obviously, is safety of the patient and safety of the crew. We used the gator, we used it 2 weeks ago at the high school football game. We transported 3 patients. Now, they weren't real emergent patients, but we transported 3 patients, and they were all out in the public. Our guys were out in the public. The patient was out in the public. Patient care starts when our guys get to the patient, bring them to the ambulance. So all of that is occurring now out in the open. It's unsafe. We're unable to transport the patients in the proper seating position. Sometimes they need to be fully reclined. Sometimes they need to be sitting up. Sometimes they need to be placed in between, depending on what the nature of the injuries are. They are available, obviously, to be seen. We did transport a couple folks because we had to get them from point A to point B. But we are, you're parading them past whatever else is going on. If you've ever been to a sporting event, football games are not an exception to this. People are rowdy. They throw things. Whether they're thinking to harm you or not, you'll get hit with cups, soda bottles, whatever it is, because they're not paying attention, because they think it's funny. So having something that basically gets you your own controlled environment is very important. That also allows us then to have a quiet, temperature-controlled location to talk with, calm down, and treat the patients. We did, like I said, we did 3 times over the past game. Typically, we transport 1 or 2 per football game throughout the football season, not to mention all the other various events we're doing in town. And so we have seen, we have used from mutual aid services, we have used ASAPs before in other locations. So when we go mutual aid to Hawthorne or we go to Wayne or wherever we go, some of these towns have them, and we have used and worked on them in those towns. And the difference is something that you'd have to physically see to understand when you're trying to operate on a gator or in one of these units. It's like working in an ambulance, which everybody's comfortable with, which is why we were going to this type of unit. I don't know if you guys have any other questions about it. We did provide all of the specifications for both. I don't know if you have any questions on what offers one over the other in particular. As you see, we will transport on a regular stretcher. That does allow ease of movement. So you'll be able to access the patient, put them on the stretcher, load them like you would in an ambulance, drive them to a location. From that location, they will go one of 2 places, right? They'll either be released or they'll go in an ambulance to the hospital. I know last time I wasn't here, the question came up, what do we do with billing and what do we do with transport? Because the unit can't transport to a hospital. That is true. The ambulance certification falls under DOT. DOT won't certify this vehicle because it is not highway legal. So we don't meet highway legal.
Okay.
So you couldn't drive it on the highway. We don't meet the standard for a motor vehicle for highway use. We can drive it on a local road, but you can't drive it on a highway. So they won't certify it as an ambulance. Even if you could put all the equipment an ambulance has in it, you still can't certify it as an ambulance, and then the state won't allow you to technically transport. The instances where you could transport, obviously during mass emergencies. So if we have some sort of major catastrophe in town, we would be able to transport with the unit. But 99% of the time, what we're doing is taking somebody we can't normally access from that location, rendering care to a transport location, and then sending them to the hospital. Now, when could that happen? Obviously, I mentioned special events, football games, gatherings, but we do also see it in emergencies and storms. Sometimes in the winter, we can't access the streets, we can't access the homes. We do run a plow truck with our ambulance, but some of the streets are small, narrow, we get a lot of snow. These will make it through the snow. We also have incidences where we have trees down across the road. We did one 2 weeks ago. We were out with the Parks Department assisting them with lighting, where access to the second half of the block was cut off. I couldn't drive an ambulance down to access the residents on the far side of the block. Had they taken a long time to cut this tree and someone have an emergency at the end of the block, I can take this unit across somebody's front lawn without doing any damage, where I couldn't take an ambulance, get to their house, take them out of the house appropriately, and then take them and put them in the waiting ambulance out on the open street. So it adds to access to patients. You see this in the city all the time. New York City uses these every winter on the side streets where they're not plowed yet to access patients, bring them out to the waiting ambulance, and then the ambulance takes them to the hospital. So it ensures that we're going to get the patient as quickly as possible the care they need and then the movement they need to get the advanced care.
So is that like a four-wheel drive vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so it has the ability for traction
Correct.
in the ice and snow?
Yes.
So I think some of the confusion that came up last time was the suggestion that the unit would be used to transport to the hospital, but then couldn't actually enter the hospital driveway, so there would have to be,
Right.
the patient would then be removed from this unit, put into an ambulance in the driveway of the hospital, and then the ambulance would drive the 200 feet to
Well,
the...
I won't say we would never, but yeah, you wouldn't do that. No, you would take them to a staged location where the ambulance for transport is located, and then make that transfer there. That would be miles from the hospital. It depends what the incident is.
Right.
If you look back, we had the La Bella fire over in the shopping center by Kings Plaza.
He's open. Did you know?
Are they open again?
He's back open, yeah, Kenny's open. Yeah.
I was wondering, I
Very
was
good,
talking to Mary,
actually,
but
yeah,
when they're
we
going to
went.
open. But if you remember, that fire lasted the better part of a day. We
Right, it
had
was a good fire.
support, EMS support from other towns, and the back of that building is a very long, narrow alley. They had fire operations in the back of the building. We did not put an ambulance in the back of the building because of access. I can put one of these in the back of the building, which allows me to drive a victim or a firefighter who is injured from that location out to my treatment location, render them care in rehab, if necessary, then transport them via ambulance to the hospital. And that's what you're primarily going to do with this type of unit. You're using it to access the patient, start the care, and then bring them out to a location where you're then going to make a transport decision. And that's always going to happen at your scene, somewhere, which is going to be presumably miles from your hospital, depending what the emergency is.
So, help me understand how far the distance generally you're using this to go to an ambulance. You're going from a point of injury
Correct.
or whatever to the ambulance.
So
What's the typical distance on average that you use this?
Well, that again, it's going to depend on what we're at the time. For a special event, you're going to go half a mile, depending on the size of the event, because you may go around or through the crowd, pick up your patient, and then bring them to a transport location where your ambulance is staged. It depends where the injury would occur. We have done with our Gator and with other units, we have done 5 miles. We've gone the full length of the bike path in the town into the end by Glen Rock, and then all the way back out to the street, because it's quicker. We've used them in that scenario for search and rescue as well, for Amber Alerts, Alzheimer's patients, people who are unable to be located in that fashion. So we've gone anywhere from 500 feet to 5 miles or so. On average, you're looking half a mile, probably.
All right. So what's the standard of ambulance care for all-terrain vehicles in Bergen County? Does every other emergency service, such as you in Bergen County, have one of these, or what do they typically do?
No, as I gave you as a list, there are 20 currently operating in the state.
20 of this?
Of that unit, yes.
Yeah. 20. Out of how many emergency
they're-
services?
One for every town, plus the hospital-based services.
So there's 600 municipalities, so out of 600, there's 20 of these?
Of the ASAP units in the state currently active, yes.
Okay.
There
and
are
then
some other towns that will have a gator or some other device.
So is that what the other towns use, is they use a gator?
Or nothing.
How many of them have gators? Do you know?
I don't know offhand. I know Saddle River has a similar unit. Fairlawn Fire has something that is not the ASAP-based units.
Right.
Primarily, they would call mutual aid if they needed something. So we go to other towns, even with our gator now, to help other towns EMS for events and whatnot. And we call in on occasion when we need stuff. Obviously we reciprocate with that sharing. So that we know they have an emergency, we have an emergency, we're going to go, they're going to come here. But there is no standard that requires an ambulance service to provide this service. This is something we've done, like I said, we started this back in '96 to allow us to keep ourselves on the leading edge, per se, of what is available for the best treatment and access to our patients. We started this way back, and we're continuing to hopefully evolve it to make sure that we're still able to provide that service and that level of care to the residents as best we can. And as our EMT skills get pushed forward in the state, that obviously does require additional equipment. Mm-hmm. So as we move to more things to care, we have to carry more things. You have to have more space to actually perform that care. And a lot of that is something that is time sensitive. So the best thing we're hoping for next, after we've gotten through the medications we just went through, is presumably we'll be able to test blood sugar, which is currently an ALS skill, which is something that, again, is a time-sensitive procedure to determine what is actually happening with that patient that we can do, but that's just more stuff you have to carry, which this will allow us. It's, if you look at the pictures, there are internal storage cabinets, external storage cabinets to put that type of equipment.
What's the cost differential, again, between a gator and this?
Based on the two quotes that are there, which, again, is a little bit apples and oranges, is about double.
I'm sorry, say
About
again?
double.
It's double.
Yes, right around that. Yeah, they're 71,000, and I have it here. Yeah, 71,254, and then the price quoted was just under 30,000. So you're a little more than double.
Okay.
But you're not getting something that is comparable for that number.
Yep.
Albeit in physical size, physical equipment, emergency lighting, all of those things will add up as you change the unit type. So you don't have scene lighting on the lesser expensive unit, which you will have on the ASAP as an option, so that when you get to the scene, you can see what you're doing without a flashlight. If you added that to those types of units, you may not be able to power it, and then you may not be able to put it somewhere based on just the physical structure. You're buying, with the ASAP units, you're buying a standby generator, basically, a 4,000-watt, 120-volt generator like you may have at home for an emergency, for power outage, which you're not putting on a gator because it physically won't fit. That allows us to run heat, air conditioning, provide temporary power, provide lighting for whatever the mission is that we're doing at the time, which could be patient care, but has also been assist police and assist FD with various missions, be it rescue, search and rescue, searching, investigations, transporting people, whatever it is.
Thank you.
I have another question.
Sure.
So just because we know that in a crisis, seconds count, right?
Yes.
Somebody's life could depend on seconds. So presumably we're using those striker stretchers, those quick, is that what goes into this unit?
It can, yes. We currently don't have a fourth unit, fourth stretcher. We have changed all of our ambulances over to what they call a power load stretcher,
Right, the power
which allows
load, right,
you to
that's the
load a
fancy
patient
one,
with help from hydraulics from the ambulance to mitigate the back pain and the strain on the rescuers.
So if not the power load, I didn't remember, so thank you, it's the power load striker stretcher. So if not that, and then you have, I guess, a regular stretcher that's not working on hydraulics, and you have somebody that's in this box, and now you have to seconds count, and you have to get them out of that box and into the other box.
Correct.
Isn't that, it seems to me, just logically, more cumbersome than going from the gator to the ambulance?
Based on the way that EMS operations work, it wouldn't be. And to that end, in our request for a 2020 capital budget, we are looking to purchase a fourth Stryker stretcher for primarily a backup unit.
Right.
Because when we went from the Furno stretchers, which were power lift but manual load,
Right.
Furno didn't offer a power load at the time. We always had a spare. So we kept a manual stretcher, and we had 3 power units, and they were all the same brand. When we went to the power load system, which Furno didn't offer a comparable unit, the Furno units we had that were power lift wouldn't load and mount in the Stryker alternate manufacturer
Right.
into their mount.
Got it.
So we don't have a spare. So if we break a stretcher, the ambulance is out of service until the stretcher gets repaired. So we don't have one sitting on the side waiting to swap into the unit. So we're going to request to purchase a spare stretcher to have a backup unit so that because sometimes they're out for maintenance. We did have one break, I want to say 8 months ago. Probably was our fault. It was warrantied. Sometimes, you go through some narrow hallways and something got jammed on a door frame or something,
Happens.
but
Right.
it does happen. It was warranty service. It was fixed, but it did take the better part of 2 weeks to get parts. So we had no stretcher for that amount of time. In this case, if we were able to purchase the ASAP unit, that spare stretcher would be used twice. So it will be used in that unit and then it'd be available for an ambulance. So if we did have an ambulance stretcher go down, we'd pull it from the ASAP unit, put it in the ambulance, and then we would have the ambulance in service, which obviously is more important. But it wouldn't be like the stretcher sitting collecting dust all the time. We're trying to get double use out of it.
Yeah, no,
but as
I mean,
far
I
as
get- I get the
moving the
power load.
patient, as far as moving the patient, there will be a stretcher in the unit that is a Furno unit, which is power lift but manual load.
Right.
All of the patients are put on linens, so blankets and sheets when they're on the stretcher. And it is much easier to move a patient from a stretcher onto a stretcher or stretcher into any other apparatus with what we would consider a sheet lift. So we're not touching arms, legs, and whatnot. We're picking you up from something you're sitting on like a cradle and moving you from one thing to another.
Right.
It's much more controlled. A lot of times you'll also find the patient is on what we call a Reeves stretcher, which is basically a bunch of long boards in a
The
canvas
board,
bag.
right, yeah, I know.
And we'll pick you up on that, which again is a long, 6.5 foot long device, which allows us to move you depending on whether or not we need you supine, lay down, or sitting up. Even in a sitting up position, the sheet lift is much more efficient than trying to pick you up by your limbs from a seat. If we do like a stair chair movement to get you down from stairs, we will always lift you on a sheet.
Right.
So everything is going to be done in that fashion because it offers the guys a little more flexibility on where to grab.
So just remind me, what was the cost on the power load?
The stretchers themselves are in the neighborhood of $20,000, $21,000, depends on the options on the units. We wouldn't buy the same exact options we put in the ambulance because we're using it in a little bit different fashion.
Right.
The ones we have in the ambulance were just under $20,000.
Okay. Good. I'm good.
So what would happen in the best of circumstances, in our view, is we would be able to take the stretcher from the ASAP with the patient on it, from the ASAP into the ambulance with no movement, because the
That makes
stretchers would
sense.
match.
Right, because then you don't, I
Correct.
mean, obviously that makes a
So
lot
you
of
would
sense.
go out and right in, and then we would take the stretcher from the ambulance, put it back in the ASAP unit, and go pick up somebody else.
Which is easier to
And-
do with the power load, obviously.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
got it.
So if everything matches brand and style, you don't have to move anybody, you just out and in.
Right, okay. Got it.
Thank
So I
you.
guess we need a decision as to which way you want to go.
Okay, so thank you, Ryan, because you really kind of cleared a lot up here, and so I'm actually now good with this. I'm more comfortable than I was before. I don't want to find out, like, then we need a gator, but we still have our gator, right? It still operates? I know it's always-
It does work. It does need some repair. We
Right.
have done some repairs for the seats, a couple of plastic ports, fenders, that kind of thing. We're not sure if replacements are available, but based on the age of the unit, but it is serviceable now. We are still using it.
Okay.
We have had interest in the past from parks. They were very interested for some of the stuff they were looking to do at Graydon and a few other places for
Right,
that
of
style.
course.
That unit is a skid mount unit, so if we take out what is the patient transport piece, it does become a pickup truck.
Right,
So they can haul whatever they
It's
need to
more
haul if
versatile,
another
right,
department
right.
were to use it for sure.
okay. I'm good.
Are you sure you can't charge for mileage on the MedStat 500?
Do I know? That is one thing I don't know. It's possible. I'm sure I could check with the billing
from
company.
From a reimbursement standpoint, because if you can and you can't do the gator, at least we're getting some
right.
money. We're getting additional monies out of that. I think you might be able to.
It's possible. I know we did change with the oxygen charge. We could put it in as another thing that we're using.
It would help. It would help me I'd feel more comfortable if we could charge for some of the services you're providing to an insurance company for what happens with this versus the gator, which you probably couldn't. That's my guess. But if you could find that out, at least
certainly look into it for sure.
At least we could understand. This is what we can get out of it on a per year basis. At least charging to insurance companies.
So I think that was an important question, and I think that, thanks for bringing it up. I think that the other question was, if you have your vehicle, is it ASAP?
It's the brand, the manufacturer,
Right, okay.
yeah.
ASAP. So if you have your ASAP, and to Jeff's point, the ASAP takes somebody from point A to point B, and then that person is power loaded from that to a non-Ridgewood ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this was the question that came up when we thought that the vehicle had to stop at the driveway and couldn't go onto the hospital property, and we had to switch around. I think the question is, if you're transporting in that, and then you have to power load off and onto a different company ambulance, not Ridgewood, who is billing on insurance?
In that case, it has to be the transport agency, which wouldn't be Ridgewood at that time.
So then
And
at that point, we have no billing.
Correct, and that happens today regardless of how I transport you. So if you're at a football game or anywhere, and so let's say it's in any building, and there's more patients than we have Ridgewood ambulances for, whether they're busy or there's just more patients. And the Ridgewood guys take you from this room down to the street level and put you in a Glen Rock ambulance.
Right.
Glen Rock is the transport agency.
I mean,
Whether
certainly we don't
I
ever want to
drove
see
you
that day where
across
we
the
have more
parking lot
patients.
in a gator or I wheeled you in a stretcher, it's no different.
Right.
The transport agency is the agency that's going to be allowed to bill, and it's whoever is going to take you from the location to the hospital,
Right. Okay.
regardless of the interim mode, whether it's walking, carrying, or driving in a gator
Right.
or ASAP.
That makes sense. It makes sense. But I guess the question is whether or not this vehicle can.
Well, I think, my understanding, because I was involved with EMS in terms of getting their billings to the hospital and how that works, is that once you begin to provide medical services with the materials or the items or mechanics that are on the truck or on this vehicle, then you're able to bill. With the gator, you really couldn't do anything, and you probably wouldn't be able to be covered for anything that was transportation-wise. But if you're providing a medical service, if there is apparatus on the new vehicle that provides medical services as they're being transported, that would be one of those things that would incur insurance liability.
Yeah. So again, if I knew that, if I knew definitely you get reimbursement for doing this as opposed to not, you wouldn't with the gator, it would make me more comfortable in saying yes to this. I still think this is kind of like the Cadillac of temporary transportation. It's just almost like overkill.
I mean, the question that I have is, why is there only 20 different municipalities using this throughout the state? I mean, Ridgewood's certainly not the most rural or the largest. So where would this fit into Ridgewood that it's not being adopted everywhere else? Why is it not more widely used?
Well, obviously, one of them is cost, right? They are not exactly an inexpensive item, and other towns choose not to provide that service. Some towns don't have the parks, don't have the festivals. You don't see all of the things that we have in this town that makes it Ridgewood, right? All the street fairs and all of the various gatherings. Other towns, they don't all have those things occurring. They will also then not have to provide that type of service. A lot of towns don't have the July 4th celebrations. They don't have the Memorial Day runs and all the 5Ks and things that we do in town where they wouldn't need it. And then again, it's also just an agency-specific thing to get into. as far as what they're looking to do for providing medical care. It's not a required thing that the state would require you to do. Some towns don't even require that they run 2 EMTs on an ambulance. You can run a first responder. But we choose to be a state-certified ambulance service because it's the best interest of the patients, the best interest of the village residents and the visitors to the town. And it's something that we've started years ago. And then when we found that we had a need to be able to access patients all of the time, whether it's special events or whether emergencies or the like, the Gator was the only option on the block at that time, back in '96. And as things progress and more agencies are doing this type of service, the industry catches up a little slowly, and they decide that they can build these units. The chassis they're built on, in this case it's a Polaris side-by-side unit, they didn't exist in 1996. The side-by-side market wasn't even there. It was three-wheelers and maybe an ATV, which we did start with. Before the Gator, we were running an ATV with a trailer that we put a patient on. So we're slowly getting ourselves to a situation where we're able to start and render our care as quickly and as appropriately as possible. We want to give the tools to the EMTs to do the job so that they're able to do the best job possible for the best outcome of the patient, be it the minor injury all the way through the CPR call. If I can get somebody in a place where I can control the environment and they're having a really bad day, their outcome is going to be much better than if it's a hard job to work in and a hard environment to work in. People are going to perform a lot better in the environment they're comfortable with, they're protected in, and they're able to work with all the equipment they have and that they know they need. So that's where we're at with this. We think this is the best choice for being able to access and then treat that person at the time. We've had the need. We've done it, broken legs. We've had CPR calls on and with our current Gator. We've done it just by running and walking with a stretcher, and we've done it in one of these units, and it is much easier to work on and much easier to work in than working otherwise. So while it is could be considered obviously the higher end of the options, there aren't many options to pick from, but of those options, it doesn't give us anything we don't need. There's not leather seats. There's no cup holders. It is a place to work. It has adequate lighting, heat, air conditioning, medical equipment storage, and the ample space to put an EMT, a patient, a paramedic, and your driver. So you have enough room for your crew, for your patient, and for someone to drive you around. Without having all those spaces, obviously somebody's sitting in an inadequate spot trying to render care. You're limiting the size of your crew. Sometimes you do need additional people to manage airway if you're trying to treat someone who's having a really bad day, be it bleeding or otherwise, and then you don't have the space to do it. Obviously, another issue could come up. The suggestion was made, right, if we did a canvas or a plastic Lexan or some sort of cover. I did mention, we do use them at fires. West Press, the fire at the pizza place. Aluminum doesn't burn very well. A canvas cover does. So again, it's a safety thing we're always looking back to. The ASAP manufacturing company does also do testing. They do testing on the unit's performance, stopping, accelerating, rollover. There are seat belts in the unit. So you're basically buying a small car to provide that care to get the person the best outcome as possible.
So not putting a price on public safety or patient comfort, but maybe we can at least try and get the answer to that question.
Well, sure, we can definitely investigate.
But
we always go back every year or every couple of years and look at our billing contract and so on.
Oh, we have the answer to the question?
Can you come up, please?
Come on up.
It's, Bob Crane, he's our Department of Public Information Officer. He is a longtime EMT for various towns outside of Ridgewood. So he has some knowledge from outside of this area.
Only 45 years. I actually have a lot of experience.
Just sit down, please, and turn on the microphone. Thanks.
My name is Bob Crane. First time. I just want to add, if I can help you with the few questions that you have. I've been using the ASAP for the last 10 years or so, as long as they've been out. I am on a state EMS task force. So we have about 20 of them throughout the state. And like Ryan said, they are throughout the state, and depending on the level of care and the gold standard that the town has. How many towns have a communications truck? How many towns have the services that we have here in Ridgewood? So the ASAP kind of fits with the gold standard, and like you said, on public safety. In terms of billing aspect, I would say if you decide to bill RMAs, people that right now don't believe
We don't. You're
we don't
correct.
bill RMAs. So your same thing, every time that truck goes out, you're not collecting any revenue if the patient refuses. I can tell you in some towns, and that's a decision that was made, there's no right or wrong answer to that, but in some towns, they bill if they give a Band-Aid out. So no matter what, if they collect, that's another story, if they get the money. So it's not necessarily only a transport to get the money for the ASAP. If we go to an event and we bring somebody from the ASAP to the treatment tent, Ridgewood's probably, again, one of the few towns that has all these stuff. And that's what brought me to Ridgewood almost 20 years ago, working with Bob, is that you can bill those patients. What you get from the insurance and how much time you spend fighting to get the money might be another story. So yes, the ASAP could bill on that way. The other part on the ASAP is that the standard of care today is basically not to use a backboard. So in our training in the last couple of years, right?
It's about 3 years now.
3 years now. We always put somebody on a C-spine, I put them on a backboard, strapped them all down to this backboard, and rode them to the hospital on this backboard, uncomfortable, and lo and behold, doing more damage to the patient. So you'll see more times at accidents today, be it whoever's there first, will do their scene size up, and if the person walked out of the car, even though that car is destroyed, maybe will not put a collar or a backboard on. So if we take in this ASAP, we must, in a gator, you must backboard them, strap them down, put them on a collar, do all this stuff. So you're manipulating, because it won't be safe. So now you're manipulating, even at the football game, you're manipulating the patient. Now when we get them out of that ASAP or out of the gator and bring them to the ambulance, we have to take them off that backboard, unstrap them. And because if we leave them on the board, the first thing the medic's are going to say, did he meet XYZ criteria? Get them off the board. So now you're delaying care. You're taking more time to do it. So I've seen the ASAP. I've used them hundreds of times throughout the state, major events, South Jersey a lot, and some of the testimonials that happen, and I personally was the one who went out to all the people in the presentation that use ASAPs and use gators. One person is the CFO of one of the towns you saw from Neptune, a strong leader in the MS. Yeah, they have both, but the standard of choice is the ASAP. And it's public safety. You're not parading the person in public. Everybody's not seeing. The gator, we got to get them on. The crew person can't do any care on that gator. You just got to strap them down and throw them in. In the ASAP, we can start the care right away, and we don't have to wait till we get them over someplace else. So yes, it's a lot more money, but it does the job.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think the value added to this is that, because this is a really good explanation, that the ASAP will accommodate, whether it's the striker, power
Yes.
load, or whatever, that you are seamlessly going from here to there without doing all of that manipulation, until you
Correct. It does
explained
allow you
that
to
this
take out one
second,
movement, yes.
That stretcher, that seamless shift is, I think it is valuable.
New York City now, where they always use gators because they don't want to spend all the money. Now you look at Times Square in the area; they're using a lot of ASAPs, They're slowly getting into it, and even for the ASAP now, what's the time to get them?
It's just under 6 months.
6 months.
6 months.
Still
6 months
time.
to get it, and there's only 2 or 3 options to do it. There's no bells. Either you get it this way or you get it that way. And anything else, everybody knows what Ryan and can do.
We do a little bit of customizing
everything
in-house.
we
but
can
yes.
do. So, like I said, I've used it. The ASAPs have been in use. We took them to the Virgin Islands. We took 10 from New Jersey, and I didn't make the trip. My son was there, but we took 10 ASAPs to the Virgin Islands. Yes, one at the Virgin Islands here. But it has, and the last thing is, why do not all the towns have it, and what do you use? Well, yeah, maybe we can call somebody, we can call Wayne, or we can call Tenafly that has it. But everybody knows the dwindling volunteers. So we can't count on Wayne, or we can't count on another town, or we can count on our own people here. Be
Well,
it
sure.
EMS, be it fire, be it police. We can man the vehicle ourselves. We don't have to wait, oh, Wayne, they don't have a crew. It's going to take them longer. So that's what, not
No,
everybody has.
that's fine, no, and I appreciate,
So
thank
I
you
don't want
for...
to talk forever.
No,
You
that's-
know,
thank you for the explanation.
But I have a lot of personal experience.
No, I understand. Thank you, and I
Okay,
appreciate that.
thank you for your...
Heather, one question. Any other departments that could use the gator? I know that needs a little bit of work and maintenance, but anywhere else that we can use it, Parks and Rec, or...
It's
any other
possible,
purpose?
yeah. I mean, I don't know offhand. I could certainly find out. And I can find out between now and next week.
I know. In the past, like I said, we started this a while back. Tim Cronin, when he was here, was interested in using that unit.
Oh, he
If we
was,
were ever
okay.
to replace it, he had needs for it at that time. I don't know if
Sure.
the needs have changed.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Jeff? Mike?
I'd like to just talk to the billing guy. I mean, I talked to him before about some questions, and if he can say, yeah, we can bill for this, then I think I'm okay. But if he says we can't, then I got to rethink it. So, but you already have 3 votes, right? So,
And Mike, you said you were okay with the ASAP? Or?
oh, we have.
I
Have you
didn't
moved by
hear.
the striker power load?
Maybe just take it up, put it off the consent agenda, just in case everybody, some people are uncomfortable, some people are comfortable. I mean, I think that's the easiest way to move forward now, and then it can
Okay.
be voted on separately in full.
Okay, and we'll get that other information to you before the public meeting. I mean, hopefully by next week about the billing. Okay?
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. The next item is the awarding contract for Genesis Rescue Tools, also known as Jaws of Life. These new Jaws of Life will replace the 9-year-old battery-operated rescue tools that will be traded in. They're used to enter buildings, extricate passengers from car wrecks, and save victims in confined spaces. New tools are stronger, the batteries last longer, they're more powerful to handle the stronger metals. The battery rescue tools will be mounted on the new rescue truck to back up and complement the hydraulic rescue tools. The tools will be purchased through New Jersey State contract, Howell Rescue Systems out of Dayton, Ohio. The next item is awarding contract for the Ford Escape. So in June 2019, the Village Council passed a resolution authorizing the purchase of 2 Ford Escapes for the parking enforcement officers. The vendor was selected through a Sourcewell cooperative purchasing contract. However, they were not able to meet the timeliness of our needs since the vehicles would not be available for 3 to 4 months. So then we went out for 3 quotes instead, and we identified one group, which is Whitmoyer Auto Group out of Mount Joy, Pennsylvania, and they were the lowest and best to meet our needs. The Ford Escape is $23,700 and will add striping at $1,750 and lighting for $3,676 for a total of $29,126. And then they also anticipate replacing the second vehicle by the end of the year. So this is to authorize the 1 Ford Escape under this quote. The next item is permit for winter door enclosures for businesses. One of our restaurant owners, Glenn Carlo from Steel Wheel Tavern, has proposed that we allow enclosures, as is done in New York City and various other places, to prevent the cold, winter, fall, early spring wind from going inside. I do have a memo here from Tom Yucca, our building department director. He does indicate that it can't be erected for more than 7 months in any 1 year. It can't encroach more than 3 feet nor more than 1/4 of the width of the sidewalk beyond the street lot line. The plans would have to be prepared by a New Jersey licensed architect. It would be reviewed to make sure that there were structural strength, fire safety, means of egress, accessibility, and light and ventilation requirements. Any membrane structure erected for a period of less than 180 days would have to comply with the International Fire Code. In addition to the required building permit, any electrical or mechanical work for the structure would also require permits. The village would also require an encroachment agreement, and these enclosures may affect restaurants, outdoor dining layouts, and permits. It's an alteration to the existing structure, so there would be fees for this as well. So that's basically from the building department, what would be required. I know that Mr. Carlo has sent some pictures of various enclosures, mostly I think from New York City. I think we've probably all seen them. So this is just a discussion as to whether or not you want to permit this.
Mr. Carlo, you want to come up and share some thoughts? Thank you. Sit down. No, come to them. Have a chair.
Thank you. Do you need pictures? I have some hard copies here.
No,
Or
just
you ready
kind
to saw them? We're
of
good?
talking through what is the particular issue that you're facing and why this makes sense and how you've seen it used somewhere else. Just
Sure. So we have just one external door. For example, Park West, they've got an internal vestibule, right? Double doors close behind you. Cold air stays out, or at least, hopefully stays out, right? And then a second set of doors before you get inside. We simply, don't have that luxury, and I think there's probably several other storefronts. I think some of the older ones in particular, like ours, just were not equipped with that type of mechanism. So this is a way to mitigate. I don't know if anyone's been on North Broad Street, by the way, in the wintertime, but it's really a wind tunnel, and then when the train goes by, it's exacerbated, right? But my interest initially was the health of my hostesses who, are basically 6 to 7 feet from the front door. I've given thought to how I can relocate them, just for their sake. But unfortunately, the way we're laid out, there's no good spot for them to be, especially to adequately serve the guests and to stay warm, right? And I've added extra heat by the inside door and so on, but, if it's a cold night, 20 degrees and that door opens, they're certainly going to feel it. And they're, of course, not the only ones, right? My patrons in the bar, are also, going to feel it. And it's, I think it's a health issue, and it's certainly a comfort issue. Based on it was Tom who laid that, right, the conditions. It all sounds okay to me. I have not actually engaged. I researched companies. Those were the 3 websites that I had forwarded in an email. Obviously, I would look to get advice and opinions from a few different sources as well as quotes. I haven't gone that far yet, so my information, is somewhat limited in terms of the options that are provided. But certainly, if you do any internet research, which I have done, there are all shapes and sizes, right? Some are mostly canvas with a little bit of plexiglass to see through. Some are almost, would seem to be 2/3 to 75% plexiglass, very much see through. So the materials vary, and obviously, there are certain things that I already know. For example, we talk about the cafe license and the 52-inch thoroughfare, at least, right? I don't foresee this vestibule really causing a problem as far as traffic. I would venture to guess that if I have a 36-inch door, that simply needs to open, and there needs to be space for, a human being to open that door. So it's probably, a 4-foot, extension from the front of the building. I'm guessing when I say that. And then again, if that was a problem, the door to the vestibule does not have to be positioned the same as my front door. In other words, they both don't have to face west, right? One can face south, and the other, so if it was, hey, we just need to be, 36 inches is all we've got, because I thought I heard 3 feet. I don't know and I don't know what that pertained to, but if it was that it couldn't come any further than 3 feet from the building, that would be okay too. That would just be a matter of how we were to position the door to the vestibule. So I think there's enough flexibility here where pretty much any of the conditions that the village requires, I will find a contractor that's going to meet those conditions.
Because right now you have tables immediately right outside of the restaurant. I mean, I don't think that anything would protrude beyond those tables, but most of the ones that I've seen are actually, as you described, with a door and a different orientation from the front door. It's more efficient than to kind of block the
There
the wind
typically
anyway.
is a different
Yeah.
orientation. Now, I will say, and I mentioned, and honestly, I'm no exaggeration, there does seem to be a wind tunnel effect on Broad. And my concern is that the wind actually
Takes the
heads
thing over.
north. So I'm a little concerned about having that door facing the south. If I had my druthers, I think I might have a western orientation to that door if I could. But if that determines whether it's, I'm compliant or not, well, I can deal with with the south-facing entrance.
So this is going to be temporary, right? It's going to be set based on what the requirements are. It's like 7 months, no more than 7 months.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So similar to the cafe licenses, is a license?
and it really wouldn't be anywhere near that long. It would probably be, I'm just to hazard, well, the way the weather's been so far, right? We hope to be sitting outside until the end of October. But, if it wasn't such a beautiful season, then I could see perhaps, having that installed, mid-October. And then I would imagine, mid-April at the latest. So, again, the 7 months is certainly fine by me. I think it's more than I need. I think it's more than anybody else who might want to use it for the same reason. I think it's more than they would need also.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, as long, I don't think it would work everywhere. I mean, you have to have the width in the sidewalk, so certain sidewalks are much larger and could accommodate additional structures, but then there are some businesses on side streets and everything where if you even put something that came out 3 feet, it would take up most of the sidewalk. So, I mean, just with the design of the downtown would kind of dictate by itself who would be able to use this and who wouldn't be able to use this. So, and again, it stays warm sometimes up to Thanksgiving. So even if you took the tables in, you might not have to put this out until it really got cold, and then I don't think I agree. I don't think that any of these things would be up nearly 7 months unless store owners just got lazy and just didn't want to take them down. But then I'm sure they'd be noticed and told that they have to have it moved.
Right. I mean, look, I could make the argument that a structure like this could be helpful to me in the summertime, but that's really not my concern. In fact, in the summertime, I'd wind up losing outdoor seating and losing the double doors that I have. So for me, it's definitely a winter application, and I would think that, I mean, I won't speak for another business owner, but I think anybody else who would want one would probably be looking to use it for the same purpose. And you make a good point. I'm very fortunate. We have a pretty wide sidewalk. I think it's 14 plus feet from the building to the curb. So we are fortunate that we have a lot of room. So if 3 feet is the limit, or if it's 4.5 or whatever it is, we've got a lot of space for folks to get around, especially once the outdoor tables are taken down, and that's something I would have to consider too. Well, Actually, I think the tables that we have along the restaurant side of the sidewalk are actually larger than 36 inches in width. So if we can get the tables there, you know, it sounds like we can get the vestibule there. And having said that, you know, there may have to be some consideration if there was, for any reason, an overlap. I obviously would have to be cognizant of, you know, maintaining at least the 52 inches, but I just find a hard time imagining that, you know, the cafe and the vestibule would ever be simultaneous.
Yeah, I couldn't. That's something else I was going to say too. I could see the tables coming in and then the vestibule coming out because, you know, nobody wants. Well, once the vestibule comes out, it's obviously going to be cold and there's not going to be anybody sitting out anyway. So if you have room for the tables, you have room for the vestibule.
I think so.
It's, you know, it's zero sum then. It's not really
think so.
any kind of impact. So, you know, I'd be okay with it.
How many times have we had this conversation now? You're like pounding the vestibule.
Well, you know, I
for a
think
while.
we've talked about it informally on a handful of occasions, so
A
it's
couple
nice
of times now.
I appreciate the fact that you folks decided to take this on.
So presumably, the width of the door is ADA, it would have to be accessible, all of that. So because of that, I would have a problem if the door was oriented out into the sidewalk, taking away that space. I think I would need it to be to one of the sides, just to be, I don't think any of them should ever be pulling out back into the sidewalk, because you're already encroaching now, and then that door swing would encroach again. And I also would, I mean, I guess we would have to get into the details if we were going to do this on code, because I think the 7 months seems a little bit long. And I would be curious to know how this impacts our outdoor cafe ordinance that we specifically wanted to have the.
Extend,
yeah, we removed some so that we would have the sidewalks clear for a period of time so that we could clean it and do any kind of repair work that we needed to do. So I think that those, I mean, I'm good with this. I just think that, you know, the devil will be in the details. I think that's
Sure.
what I want to kind of hone in on.
Makes sense to me.
Okay, so everyone else is okay?
Yep.
with this? Okay.
Sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much, appreciate it.
Okay, the next one is concerning a bike depot. Some of our commuters do ride their bikes to the train station and then take the train. Unfortunately, we've had some thefts recently of these bicycles. One of our residents suggested we look into a bike depot, which is currently being used in Bloomfield, Elizabeth, and Montclair. Basically, it's a room which is locked, and it has a glass, or it has ability to see into the room. And then those who wish to use the bike depot would then pay a monthly fee to do so. There are bike racks in there where their bikes can be locked, and they are given a key fob to get into the locked area. This is something that we currently can't provide right at the train station. However, we are looking to put it into our parking garage. So our architect is now working that into the plan. We always had bike racks in that proposed plan. However, now we're looking at an enclosed area which is still visible, but that can be locked so that the thefts don't continue, because obviously people want to be able to continue to ride their bikes, and it's close enough to the train station to still be able to be used by commuters.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be used also by employees trying to get to work, people coming to the downtown who want to be able to walk around, spend some time. I love the idea. I know we received a lot of information from local resident about this, and I appreciate the fact that he brought this to our attention. But I think it fits well with the garage.
Yeah, how big would it be? How many bikes would be able to, do you have any idea? What we're looking at right now in the garage? How many bikes could you put in the bike depot?
Yeah, we've already allocated the space for the bicycles, so I don't recall the actual number, but
It's a nice size.
it's a nice
Oh, it is.
size,
Nice
yeah.
size.
It's
And then
nice.
we're going to charge them kind of a monthly fee for that?
I don't think we
Correct.
charge it. I think that the bike
Oh, the
depot
depot
actually
does.
operates it,
Ah, okay.
right? That the bike depot actually operates the whole thing. They take in the fees, they provide the fobs, they do all of that, and we are kind of more hands-off.
We just set the fee. We can set the
We
fee.
set the fee. Then the only question, I guess, is and I didn't read, I went to the website, so thank you for sending, but I just didn't understand what happens when somebody just wants like a day trip on their bike.
Then we'll have bike racks, we'll have regular bike racks. I don't think there was a day pass available in any of those 3 other towns.
Right, it just seemed like a bit of
Yeah.
a conundrum, but something we'll have to, I guess, work out the details.
Yeah, and then to ensure that these, what's the security? I mean, I know what you got to get in, you get a key to get in, and then you lock your bike in there. So there's like double security.
Correct.
But
You can also see into the
Yeah.
room, so, you
Well,
know,
will-
as
will
our
we have a-
PDOs go through.
will we
and-
have a camera there too as well?
We have cameras throughout the
Yeah,
garage.
okay, yeah, all right.
Well, I think also too, if you're gonna put this in the garage, then, you know, it's the same kind of idea of building the garage itself. Like, not everybody's gonna want to use it, but a lot of people might park in the garage who would park on the street or somewhere else. And it's the same thing with bike racks. A lot of commuters who are parking their bikes currently on racks that are outside or at the train station, if they're regular commuters, they would buy the pass, and then those bikes would be taken kind of out of circulation from out and around the train station and locked up in the depot to free up more space for, you know, people who just want to kind of ride their bike in for a day and just kind of
Right.
do that. So if they wanted to ride their bike in, they're retired, they have time off or something, it's like a Monday afternoon, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to find a bike rack because some of those racks could be freed up then who are being used by commuters, so why not?
Very good.
Okay. So we're glad that the resident brought it to our attention now because we can actually incorporate it into the design for the garage. The next item is our flag ordinance for our public forum flag pole, and I know that Mr. Rogers is going to talk about that.
Yeah, I think everybody should have received an email that I sent around yesterday with regard to some of these questions. One particular question. I've been asked to work on the flag ordinance, and I'm sorry I haven't put it or completed it at this point to give you a draft of it. But one of the main issues is the discussion about how intricate some of the constitutional protections are with regard to the types of flags and how they're considered a form of speech. The issues of vagueness, arbitrary decisions, discretion, and things like that warrant a further discussion about just what types of flags or what the purpose of this particular flagpole was considered to be. I had sent out some information about the fact that, I had some assumptions, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I had some assumptions about the fact that you did not want to consider this to be a pole for what we call commercial flags. All right, so, that's one thing that can be regulated and kept off in this area because this area has been considered our public forum area, and that was one of the purposes of what I believe the flag pole was donated. So, and then there were some other considerations that we had about, from a personal standpoint, non-commercial leads you into, maybe a personal area. And was this the type of thing that you wanted to allow people to put up personal things? If somebody gets into a college, they put up the college banner. If somebody takes a vacation and goes to a country that they like a lot and they want to put up a banner for that or celebrate that. I mean, there's different things, many different things that people might want to put up or display for personal reasons. And needed to get some direction with regard to that because I just didn't think you wanted to be a birthday flagpole type thing. Maybe because I heard somebody talk about that the other day, but it's needs for discussion because each one of these different types requires certain protections, and what you want to do is make sure that you specifically state it clearly enough so that the clerk's office is going to know what kind of a flag can be flown there. You can't be vague and just say we'll leave it to the discretion of the clerk's office because that allows that won't pass constitutional muster. And if you be too descriptive and limit in terms of content, you have to have the reasons for it. And our reasons basically that this is a flagpole that was to be used for public forum type issues. And that's why in my email I suggested something from a standpoint of a non-commercial public interest type thing. Now, there are some definitions out there with regard to that, but I don't know that we've really defined exactly what it is to the standpoint that I can go ahead and just finish this off and put it together finally. I know we talked about permits requiring. I know we talked about fees, which would be the administrative costs for administering the applications for the permits. We talked about time limits with regard to when you want to fly the flag, how long in advance you can apply for it, and how long in advance the application has to be in so that it can be considered along with other ones. You don't want it on the day before the beginning of the month or the second day of the month, or if you wanted to put it up for a particular week or a month. So if we're all set, and if everybody's kind of on the same plane with regard to a non-commercial public interest type thing, that gives me the direction, I think, that I can hopefully finish this off and get you a draft pretty soon.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned about the part about keeping it relevant to public forum type issues,
Right.
so I think you're knocking off the birthday flag, the commercial flag, flags from other countries.
In my email, I also talked about campaigns.
Campaigns.
Yeah. And also political advertising, for different things. So
Sure.
those kind of get into public interest, but at the same time, if it's an advertising type situation, that's a little bit different. If it's about a specific issue or a specific position, that takes away. But you don't want to put up a flag of a donkey or a flag of an elephant or anything else, because that is an advertising for a particular political party.
Right.
So, among other things, but it's, it can fit into that.
Advertisement for an elephant.
Yeah, you can put up a "Don't Tread
You
on
have
Me."
an elephant store.
You can put up a "Don't Tread on Me" flag too, but for July 4th. But that's a little bit different. So,
So Heather, a question for you, because the train trestle, the sign up there, I think that works pretty well in terms of how it's organized, the amount of time, the lead time that you need.
Yeah.
Do you think we can adapt that
Well,
logistically?
in that sense, what we allow is Ridgewood groups who are nonprofits or schools or churches.
Well, not so much the content, but the scheduling. So how is that normally done?
Scheduling is for a week at a time.
Ahead of time or at a time?
No, that's a length of time
Right.
that they're allowed, is 1 week. If there is availability for more than a week and they want it 2 weeks before their event, we allow that. But that's only if space is there.
And
We
how far in
don't really.
advance?
You know what? People do it far in advance, very far in advance, sometimes a year in advance,
Wow.
because they want a specific date. And so we don't really have a time frame, but the problem is if you do it a month in advance, you probably won't get it. Because, certain events are every year, it's an annual event. So they put in for it, or someone like the Chamber of Commerce may put in for all their sidewalk sale days for the entire year. Like the end of this year, they'll probably put it in for 2020, because this way they know when their sidewalk sale days will be and they want to advertise them.
Right.
So, the reality is sometimes we do have availability, but it's not very common.
So, Heather,
I think-
who manages it internally here? Who manages
It's
that?
through our reception desk,
Oh, okay. And so this be with the flag, too, would be with the reception?
probably
No,
the village clerk's
this
office.
would be the clerk's office.
Village clerk's office, okay.
And I think we should look more towards something like what we do with holiday displays. You say that we want to take it at least maybe, you can't apply earlier than 4 or 5 or 6 months, depending on how we look at it, in advance, but you can't apply any later than a month before the date that you want to fly it. And the other thing is that the time periods, I think you can ask for a month, because many of the celebrations, many of the political interest issues are monthly issues. And gay pride, cancer awareness, there's a number of them. So we want to make sure that we allow for that if we can, and give them the time for that, and then also give the time to make sure that if somebody else, a second flag, wants to go up there, that we can, make the adjustment properly and fairly. And, again, we just need the specs for the engineering department with regard to what weight it can do, so we can at least say, this is what we need to see, or it can't be any bigger than this. We're not going to be able to take a flag the size of a football field up there or anything like that.
So, Matt, one of the things
And
that
then we
you...
also have, by the way, we also have the United States Flag Code, which requires certain
protocol.
adherences to the American flag, and to Stars and Stripes, and a few other things.
But one of the things that you have mentioned in the guidance that you have been kind of providing throughout this was the issue of offensive speech.
Right.
And again, at which point in time, because I know political speech is the most protected type of free speech, at which point in time can we kind of step in and set some rules about how offensive speech
Yeah, there are some limitations, and there is some room to regulate on that type of thing, that type of content, obscene type things. There are some definitions with regard to that, but in the law, but I don't know if we have to spell them out in the ordinance, but we can deal with that. Also, things of defamation, and also things that possibly may create chaotic or riotous behavior, that type of thing. So there are some things in there that we can regulate as well, which I intend to put in.
So you're going to take a stab at it, see how it looks?
Yeah, hopefully I can get this to you, in October, and we can go from there.
Okay. I apologize. I did skip number 3 under policy, which was a village code pertaining to signs and building colors. So we're back to that, and I know Deputy Mayor Knudsen has a presentation
you skipped that.
on
You
that.
know what? I
Yeah.
thought I was like misreading or something.
I apologize.
That's right. You don't have to apologize. Okay. So 2 items, village code pertaining to signs and building colors. So a couple of weeks ago, an HPC application came before the commission. It happened that it was Walgreens, and something unusual happened that for the first time ever, I think, a sign came before us that had a descending letter, a G, and Walgreens uses an uppercase W and then all lowercase, and so that tail on the G falls below. So what happened was our sign ordinance reads that the messaging is measured 16 inches top to bottom. And when that tail is included, the uppercase W goes from 16 inches and shrinks down to 12 inches. So I started to look at it, and the size panel is 24 inches high. The message is a total of 16 inches. It almost made sense to me that when the ordinance was written, it didn't intend for the tail to be included, because that would have meant it was 4 additional inches, leaving 2 inches above and 2 inches below the actual panel. So that was almost logical to me. So I went back, and Ramon and I kind of chatted about it and kind of made some little sign samples, so this will explain it maybe a little bit better. And we have the Walgreens piece at the end, except for the thing's not moving. Is there like a button? It may have gone to sleep. Oh, leave it that way. No, those pieces. Is that better? Okay. So this just shows our panel. So the panel would be, this is just 72 inches for no reason other than that was what worked at the moment. But you'll see that there's a 24-inch on to the left, and then it shows us there's a 16-inch measurement to the right. So here's Ridgewood. Now, if somebody wanted to create a sign, all uppercase, they would be allowed to have that because the top to bottom measurement is 16 inches. But if they were to, did I miss the thing? Sorry. There it is. Okay. So, but now if they wanted to use the lowercase, that you see that R now shrinks down to 12 inches because the tail of the G has to be included in the 16 inches. Now, here's what would happen if we said just use the measurement top to bottom, including the bottom, the tail, that descending letter. So the first piece of the ordinance would be to change it from 16 inches top to bottom, excluding any descending letters. Okay. Did I do that? Okay. So here's the word funny. And so we see again. That's what happens. This is what's permitted if we have all caps. But if you reduce that. If you have the tail, again, it reduces the F to, and that's what would happen is if you measured only the 16 inches on the uppercase letter and not including the tail. So we have now, this is puppy. Now the reason we're using this as an example is because on lowercase we have 4 descending letters. So we see puppy. So this is what happens when we go to what's permitted now. And that's what would happen if we didn't count. But on this instance, oh no, I'm sorry, here, that's what would happen if we counted the full 16 inches. If there are descending letters and no uppercase or ascending letters, what we would need to do is say that measurement then has to be the total top to bottom of all of these. And so if there are no ascending or no ascending or uppercase, then the total letter would be measured at 16 inches, and that would prevent this from happening. So it would be 2 pieces in the code we would want to change. So here's Walgreens, and we see that there's that uppercase W, and here's what happened when it went up on to scale up on the top, because they lost that additional 4 inches on the W. So it's pretty high up there. I don't see how high actually. Is that 16? That's just showing a 16-inch, so it's the height there is 284 inches, so do the math, so it's about 20 feet. So the first thing is, I think, if you'll see in the notes, we can send this back to planning board if everybody agrees. What we would do is just say that the height of the message would be 16 inches, excluding the bottom row descending letter. No, well, because you could actually have 2 rows of messaging. If you have 2 rows of messaging, you want to go top to bottom, excluding the bottom row descending letter. And then if it is
I know in the way the ordinance is written, it makes a point of saying first just the message, and then it says if there's 2 rows.
2 rows.
So we just want to make that distinction.
Right, so we have to make that adjustment for that. And then on here, what we want to do is where there are no uppercase and no ascending letters, then we want to count the top to bottom of the message at 16 inches. Got it. Okay, so if everybody's good with that, we can write that up. We can send it to the planning board, let them comment on it, and send it back. So we'll go back to the first message.
Has Walgreens encountered this anywhere else?
Actually, he said in his, was either 28 or 38 years of signage, sign making, he had never had an interpretation of the ordinance where that descending letter was counted. And, but I did actually, it just so happened I asked Neil Desai from NV5, and he said he's seen it both ways, but he agreed with me that it almost seemed as if that extra 4-inch buffer was to allow for that exact scenario. So we can deal with that. The other piece is, here's the color. So in Chapter 19089BD, we have an issue that came up recently. The use of color, bright or brilliant color, shall be used only for accent and shall not substantially depart from the character of existing neighborhood colors so as to detract from the overall appearance of the neighborhood. So this came up recently because, as everyone knows, or not everyone, but some people know, Racefaster came with their signature color of orange, and this piece of the code, which seemed to have been I don't think we've ever even had a conversation about it, that this was something that came up and this should be enough to say we wouldn't want that to happen. But then the conversation that erupted during HPC was whether or not bright or brilliant could be defined as warm or cold. And so some folks saw the use of an orange as a bright or brilliant color, or bright, and others saw it as a warm color. So one of the things that we note in the bylaws of HPC, and I think part of the reason that this is a little bit too subjective, is that even in the bylaws it indicates that no historic preservation commentary is necessary when it's exterior or interior painting. I don't know if you knew that. Yeah, I'm going to send it to you. So this is very subjective, so I just want to kind of get a flavor as to whether or not anyone thought this should go back to planning board for comment.
Now, Matt, I think at some point in time we had a conversation about signage and colors. And one of the things you mentioned, if you can just remind me, was to being careful as to not being subjective as to like aesthetics.
You've got to be careful in terms of the way it's written, because when you're dealing with colors and appreciation, and even just the wording in there, depart from the character of existing neighborhood colors, the ability to interpret that one way or the other is pretty wide and almost gets to the point of vagueness. And if an ordinance is too vague with regard to deciding something like that, the ordinance may, again, it's one of those things where the constitutional issues, due process and things like that, if you're relying on one person or a board's discretion, one board may say X and the other one may say Y, and there isn't any consistency. You have to be consistent in terms of the way that you approach it. So you can't leave it to, you want to try and keep it from being a discretionary thing as much as you can, because one person's appreciation is different than others. I think it's one of those reasons why HPC has been given the authority that it has to review all these types of changes and developments in historical preservation areas and districts, but at the same time as a recommending authority and not a decision-making, because they have that view or that idea of what is those consistent characteristics of the historic district, but it is a very subjective thing in certain ways, other than what the state, historic guidelines are with regard to development and materials and things like that. So you got to be careful that you can't just make it a subjective decision about what is aesthetically pleasing. Even the way this is worded, departing from the character of the existing neighborhood is a close call, in my mind.
Right. So maybe we'll have the planning board kind of look through it for vagueness and kind of button up a little bit what.
And then, I can have a conversation with Chris Martin to tell him that give him my discretionary opinion that it's too vague.
So we'll bring these back to the planning board and then bring them right back to village council. Very good. That's it.
Our next piece of information is under operations, Shedler property update. I'm going to have Chris Ruthershauser come forward. There has been the beginning of the building of a berm over at the Shedler property. There have been some trees removed near Route 17. And so I thought I'd have him come up and give an overall kind of timeline and information about what's going on at the Shedler property.
Good evening again. I think you folks on the council got some of our preliminary drawings for what we are designing for the site, Shedler property. We're using as our guide the Village Council Resolution 19-97 that was adopted earlier this year. We've added a couple extra features for consideration and also for pricing. And we're working on getting these drawings done. We're a little bit busy right now with the number of projects going on, but we have started constructing the berm using our village staff. The loaders that are running out there are the village loaders. We have probably another 4 weeks of their time before they're going to be repurposed for leaf season.
And it's free dirt, which is the best part.
I consider it low-cost dirt.
Low-cost dirt.
Still got to move it, still has to be trucked. We are currently looking at a source for additional material. There will be some testing costs involved. Hopefully everything comes back clean, and that's another source for material.
It's locally sourced.
Locally sourced?
Locally sourced dirt.
The one that's under consideration, yeah, it's pretty darn local. It's about 2 miles away from the site.
Now, Chris, there was some concern that was brought up. Maybe Councilman Seaton wants to expand on it. There was concern about we were talking originally about the design of the berm, having trees planted both on top of the berm and on the other side, closer to the field, to the property. There were some concerns about the potential for the root systems not being properly supported by the dirt.
I have talked to Declan, our arborist, about that, and he said that we originally had a 6-foot flat top, or top of the trapezoidal shape would be 6 feet, with the trees centered in that. He recommended we consider a wider berm possibly 7 or 8 feet. We will see if we can do that, but it will require considerably more material.
Right, and I had this, we had a conversation with him at a Shade Tree Commission meeting recently about that, and that's what he said, that the current design might not support trees too well because the roots are going to be exposed because the berm's raised, and then, when the ground freezes, the trees are flush to the ground. That kind of helps protect the roots a little bit more than if they were raised up above the ground and part of a berm.
One of the ways you offset that condition is you mulch the berm, use wood chip mulch. That has some insulating value. It does assist the root ball. It does also help minimize desiccant and drying out of the root ball, because that also is a concern on a more exposed location planting.
So would you guys bring in Declan to sort of help advise as this went on, if the berm could be wide enough, or if the berm couldn't be wide enough, if we could be, offered another, set of solutions or ideas moving forward?
Well, I talk with Declan frequently. We both value each other's opinions on trees. His from the license perspective as an arborist, mine from my past career.
Now, I have to say, I drove by today, and I even stopped the car to get out. The difference already, I know it's not even finished.
It's amazing.
The difference in the noise, the sound attenuation, by having the berm there, it's a huge difference.
Well, right now what you're seeing is what the loaders are piling up. That's actually higher than what the berm would be. That's going to be flattened down to make the tabletop for planting. But the loaders can't do that. We'll need a bulldozer and some other equipment to do the final shaping of the berm. But what you see now is what we can do with our loaders, so we're doing that. And, if there's a positive benefit of that, so be it.
And then if you could maybe just sort of run down, because, run down maybe some ranges, some timelines and things like that, like when you think the berm will be finished, and then what would be the next step, like what are people going to see in the neighborhood for maybe like the next 6 months or so, or whatever the plans are.
Right now, our plans for this project is we're going to finish the design, of which you have the preliminary plans. We don't need many regulatory approvals. We'll probably send it over to you folks on the council for a Title 59 before we bid it out. We hope to bid it out maybe in the next month, 8 weeks. Again, that's very much dependent on our current projects. We have a number of them operating, and we're in that portion of the construction season where it's crunch time because we're coming up against winter. Generally, we don't do concrete work after November 15th or 20th because of the cold temperatures. So what we're right now, construction-wise, we're going to continue with is placing the soil for the berm. We want to place as much of it as possible because that'll give us a good indication on how much more we may need. We will continue to acquire soil in the most least expensive manner possible. Soil that can be demonstrated with test results that it's been examined by a laboratory and it meets the criteria for residential direct contact. That's the NJDEP criteria that we are working with here. Not non-residential direct contact. Residential direct contact, which is one of the most cleanest standards from the DEP's perspective. As I said, we've got the loaders for about another 4 weeks. We'll continue to run them as we can. We're going to be sampling a site tomorrow. We should have results on that maybe in a week, 10 days. If that is all acceptable, we'll take that material and we'll put it about the site where we need it. Other things we are working on, we're working with PSC&G to get a utility pole relocated that's in the middle of the driveway. That's been an ongoing process that's only taken 2 months and hasn't had any results yet. We're meeting with PS tomorrow for the temporary electric service for the renovation of the house because that contractor needs a single-phase 100-amp service, as does the contractor that's doing the asbestos remediation. For the asbestos remediation, we already had installed a water line with a yard hydrant on the campus. That'll be enough for them, but that'll have to be extended further into the property with the final development. I've asked Declan to get quotes on the tree work that I had discussed with the council, I think, at the last meeting. Once we get those quotes, I'd like to get that done as soon as possible because we need those limbs removed from the roof to give the contractor both room to work and also for the roof to have sufficient circulation. And also might as well get the rest of what we had discussed for preserving that sugar maple done. What other things? Again, we'll see if we can get it bid out, and that's about it.
So basically, going into the winter, residents will see possibly the completion of the berm, and then work will begin on the house. So as far as the property is concerned, then
I think the work on the house will start long before the berm is finished.
Okay.
The asbestos, the building department issued the permits for that today. I photoed them over to our architect from Connolly and Hickey. The asbestos remediation and the building contractor are going to have to work hand in glove, and Connolly and Hickey is going to supervise that. So they're going to be starting now, and hopefully we can get some significant action on the house restoration done in the next couple of months. The site development is going to take a little bit of a backseat to that.
Right, so that's what I was going to get at. So I mean, if people just kind of like look out their windows or they walk by, they'll see the berm being built, they'll see some activity at the house, but then the rest of like the field and everything else, that would have to wait until after budget season to see, what we budget for and what we're going to do, moving forward. So there's nothing else really planned that's not being done right now for this year.
One of the things that we're working on right now is an engineer's estimate of what the cost would be for the drawings that you have before you. We haven't gotten it completed by this meeting, otherwise I would have presented it. As soon as I have it completed, it'll be forwarded up to Heather for her consideration, and then obviously forwarding to you folks in the council. So that'll give a ballpark idea of what we've presented here, broken down as to what it costs. Right now we have to do takeoffs on how many feet of sidewalk we're looking at, how wide it's going to be, how much is that going to cost. We estimate how much the playground's going to cost, and some of the other features.
The bathrooms and the walking trail in the field and all of that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So that there's a lot of items in that.
Oh yeah.
We're trying to be as accurate as possible, primarily with our quantities. The pricing, that may change as the market dictates.
Thank you.
So can I just, while we're talking about Shedler, I'll just want to give you the update on the grant opportunity for the generous donation from Friends of the Shedler. So since Manish is here, the group is eligible to apply for a historic preservation trust fund grant. I think we sent you for the community development block grant, but that's the wrong one, so we're going to fast forward that other information. So we have the opportunity to double that amount, and so we'll proceed from there. Okay, that's good news.
Good.
That's it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our last item under operations is a major soil permit for 142 Elmsley Court. The soon-to-be resident is building a home there. They presented their project to the Zoning Board of Adjustment, and it was approved on June 25th of this year. So this is requires a resolution approving the major soil moving permit with the conditions discussed at the Zoning Board of Adjustment meeting and the standard conditions of the village's engineering division. Trucking routes will be coordinated with the village's police department, and the applicant intends to move approximately 3,600 cubic yards of material, although I think Mr. Redishauser told me most of that is staying on the property. So that will require a resolution. That's all I have.
All right. And nothing in the resident survey? Oh.
Next week. We'll do that next week.
Perfect. Let me just take that off. All right. We'll go to public comments, not to exceed 5 minutes per person.
Good evening again. Manish Ramali, 625 Terhune Road. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Rittenhauser for providing us the updates on Scheller property progress. Really appreciate that. One thing I would like to request, because as member of Shade Tree Commission, we are required to produce an annual accomplishment report, And in that, we are required to also provide how many trees were planted and removed, obviously maintained as well. Since there was a large set of trees which were removed, we would also like to know the timing of when the new trees are going to be planted and how many trees were removed, because all of that calculates net growth or decline in how many trees which we have in the village of Ridgewood. So I would really appreciate if we can get those numbers from Chris's team or somebody to Shade Tree Commission. Once again, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hans-Jürgen Lehmann, 234 Union Street. I wanted to speak to the council about the way my friend Rory Calaby was treated at your council meeting 2 weeks ago. Mr. Hallaby and I both had to earn our citizenship the hard way. We had to prove that we deserved to become citizens and had to pass several milestones before we were handed our naturalization papers. The journey alone to come here was arduous and at times not the safest. It is for these reasons that we treasure our rights as citizens and speak up at these council meetings, because we care and want to protect what was given to us and make our village just a little bit better with our participation. All of you up there are birthright citizens and had to do nothing to earn that status. Everyone who comes up to this podium to speak has the right to 5 minutes of the council's time. Those 5 minutes are my time in this case. Your job is to listen. You then have all the time in the world to rebut what you have just heard. Please be very cautious with how you treat residents' time. When Mr. Hallaby used the word corrupt as an accusation to the council, he was not speaking of receiving bribes or other favors. I am pretty sure that he was expressing his frustration with how business is conducted by this council. I prefer to use the word corrosive when I think of how things politic are practiced by this council. Your habit of shouting down residents at the podium with point of order shouts is eroding our sense of a democratic government. You steal time from speakers who do not agree with you, and in that way you erode our right to freedom of expression. You are rusting our democracy. We practice our democracy in a representative system. We elect you to represent us. But as of late, some of us, do not feel well represented. Recently, I had the displeasure of attending the groundbreaking ceremony for the parking garage. I was struck by the irony that virtually all of you on the council who attended the ceremony ran in opposition to any garage at all. Yet, you had no trouble congratulating yourselves for the great job you did. A garage for 240 spaces costing $12 million, when we could have had a garage with 325 spaces costing $11.5 million in 2016. A garage we would already be using today. I am concerned about the way you spend taxpayer money. The garage is only one example of poor decision-making. You buy the ugliest building in Ridgewood for offices for the water company at great cost to us. Now there is talk that the entire building will have to be gutted and rebuilt at a cost far higher than initially offered. And if I hear correctly, you may be considering demolishing the building and putting up a new one at an even higher cost to us. The Shedler property restoration is coming with tremendous cost overruns. Now you want to pay $50,000 for a tree study, and that after you denuded the train station and turned it into one of the saddest places in our village. We care for our village. I only wish that you would care just as much and as wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Leonard Diamond, 131 Cottage Place. I think somehow I might be the one who brought up the bike depot idea on one of the Ridgewood Facebook pages, so you can blame me for that. And it's hard to.
We also have an email from you as well. Thank you.
It's hard to. I was trying to think. When you see something on the agenda, bike depot, it gives you no idea in what context or anything. So I had no idea that you were talking about it in the context of the parking garage. So I have some comments that some of them I'll try to make it work better. But just this year, Ridgewood, you committed a large amount of dollars to projects to make driving cars in the CBD easier, the parking garage, the reconfiguration of the train station lots. Over the years, there have been many other projects completed by the village and the Board of Ed dedicated to making it easier for drivers in the village. Streets by many of the schools have been reconfigured and drop-off lanes have been added to make it easier for parents to drive children to school. Every school day, the village roads are choked with traffic twice a day with drop-offs and pickup. Additionally, in the afternoon, schools are surrounded by a gauntlet of idling cars for probably half an hour before, where their parents are poisoning their own children with the pollution from the car exhausts. Car issues very often, parking for commuters, come to the council via the safety committee on a regular basis. A tremendous amount of your time is taken up with car-related issues. During this time, very little has been done by the village to encourage active transportation, walking and bicycling. The most visible project, the bike lane under the trestle, has been misunderstood, partially destroyed, and left without any other lanes to connect to. A big accomplishment was getting an unused bike rack from the schools and placing it on the east side of the tracks, a rack that is the wrong type for commuters, that is hard to lock a bicycle to, and really it doesn't suit the purpose. And that only happened after there was a proposal in the previous council to allow the village to clip the locks of any bicycle in the village locked to village property, because evidently municipal employees were complaining that bicycles locked to parking meters and signs were getting in the way of them doing their jobs. Still to this day, there has been no additional parking made for bicycles in the village, in the downtown district. There's no place. People still have to use the signs and such because there have been no other provisions made. Unlike in New York City, where there actually are metrics where every year they have to add a certain number of thousand. One way to do it is when you take out the parking meters for the kiosks, leaving some of the poles in, and there are attachments that bolt onto them that are bike racks. It's not that hard, it's cheap. In good weather, about 40 to 50 commuters ride their bicycles to the train station. You can fit almost 20 bicycles in the space of one parking spot for a car, so it's a very efficient use of space. Recently, we've had some thefts of bikes. Typically, the two largest obstacles, other than living on the west side on top of a huge hill, to be commuting to the train station is lack of safe routes to the train station and lack of secure parking, knowing that your bike will be there when you get home in the day. It's only a positive for the village when residents choose to use their bicycles to get to and from the train station. It reduces congestion, reduces pollution, and is healthy for the riders. The village provides safe, secure parking for village residents who drive cars, and they should do the same for residents who ride bicycles. As you had said before, in the past 3 years, Montclair, Bloomfield, and Elizabeth, in cooperation with the New Jersey Bike Walk Coalition, have provided bike depots which are indoor, secure, monitored parking for bicycles, actually also with some, there's stuff there to help people repair bikes and put air in the tires. I will point out that those depots are right adjacent to the train stations. They're right there, just like the cars are parked adjacent to the train stations. So I would encourage you to work with the coalition to see if we can bring it. The parking garage is a great idea. It'll serve a certain segment of the population. I really think, though, that given the choice, the bike riders would, same consideration to the car drivers should be given to the bikes. You should try to figure out a way to make it closer to the actual train station, because the garage is basically 2 blocks away from where they have to get up into it. You might want to look at the lower level of the taxi stand, which I understand has no purpose right now. There is actually another company that makes a freestanding bike depot. You can put on a grassy area or something like that. I will send you the information to that. I don't know if their business model works as well for us. They depend a lot on advertising on the sides of the building to pay for it. In a more general sense, I just want to say the younger generation we want to eventually move to Ridgewood and buy our houses currently lives in a large part.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I was thinking along the same lines as Mr. Diamond was thinking. We've just paid or are going to pay $10,000 to a consultant to come up with a restoration plan for the taxi stand, but that building is not used for anything at this point in time, to the best of my knowledge. Perhaps the signal department has some storage down in the lower level, but the upper level is completely vacant. Whatever storage is taking place in the lower level, I don't see people going in and out of there that often. Why can't that be turned into a bicycle depot? I heard a rumor that that taxi stand was being earmarked as a place where a public restroom was going to be. I don't know who came up with that rumor, but right now the taxi stand is not being used for anything. Perhaps you could have bicycle parking on the lower level and the upper level. As Mr. Diamond indicated, that is much more convenient for bicycle users than having to go 2 blocks away. My other concern about putting a bicycle depot in the parking garage is now you're going to have bicycles, pedestrians, and cars all trying to get into the same place at the same time. To me, that's an accident waiting to happen. If you can separate the bicycles and put them someplace else, that's probably a safer idea and a better idea. And as I said, it seems to me you've got a building that is not being used for anything right now that you're going to pay to have restored, or the taxpayers are going to pay to have it restored. We learned from Mr. Rogers last week that the guy's insurance company is not going to pay for it. So if we're paying to restore it, why don't we think now that when we're doing the restoration, how we could fit something into that lower level that makes sense? The other thing I'd like to comment on is the roofing project at Graydon. I hate to be cynical, but I know how the way things operate in municipal government. We're going to put a roof on that restroom now, and then we're going to renovate the restroom at a later date. I think that is not a good idea. I would renovate the restroom first and then put a roof on the building, because I know what's going to happen. Something is going to happen during the renovation project that's going to destroy the new roof that just went on the building. So can we hold off on putting the roof on the restroom until the restroom is renovated? Is that going to be possible, or is the person who we're giving the roofing contract to have to do that work now? The manager has indicated there's going to be some discussion next week about the bathroom project. I look forward to hearing that discussion, but in the interim, I'd hold off on starting that roof project until you know what's involved in the renovation of the restroom. I smell trouble if that roof goes on first. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public comments. But before we move on, just want to address some of the issues, questions brought up in public comment. Not everyone up here is a birthright citizen. I myself, for one, was born in the Dominican Republic. I came to this country, had to learn the language, had to learn its laws, its history. And I appreciate everything this country has offered me, the opportunities that I've been given, and the things that I have earned in this country. Nobody has given me anything. Nobody here, certainly it's not village policy and certainly not mine, is here to limit anybody's speech. Everybody who comes up here has the same amount of time. When the buzzer goes off, we politely ask them or notify them that the time is up. We don't keep any person coming up, whether you think we agree with them or disagree with what they're saying. Everyone is afforded the same amount of time. In terms of, there are rules, though, coming up here to talk, and there's certain decorum that has to be observed when addressing the council. And that is all that we have tried to make sure that everyone adheres to. To go up to the podium and address members of the council directly or by name or call out, it's just simply not allowed. And that's all that is all that we're trying to enforce. Not trying to limit anyone's speech in any way, shape, or form. And another correction is, I know I certainly didn't run in opposition to any garage at all. I know I certainly didn't sign any petitions against the garage. So again, just want to get some of this facts straight. The Elks Club, demolishing the Elks Club, there were plans that were presented to us. That is not what we have decided upon. Actually, we went with the lowest cost, most simple plan, the less ornate of all the options provided to us. We are stewards of tax dollars, and in terms of spending money, the projects that we have gotten behind, whether it's the garage, whether it's the Elks Club, these are projects that are being done through our separate utilities. So it's not, adding to the tax burden of the town. These are projects that have an offset on the revenue side some way or another. So I just want to set some of these facts straight. With regard to the bicycles, Mr. Diamond, I appreciate once again, I thank you for elevating this issue and sending us the information. I invite you to, and not that I want to impose any more, take away more from your time. I invite you to engage with us and help us. And you seem to be very knowledgeable as to how this stuff works in other places, and maybe even explore some possibilities as to what else we can do here, and maybe some grant opportunities. But we'd love to invite you to help us and find better ways to bring the usage of bicycles into the downtown. We're doing a lot right now with trying to improve the walkability of Ridgewood. We've been working with age-friendly Ridgewood, for example, for the walkability. We're now even looking at ways of making the downtown safer. We're going to be looking at a plan to remove the brake bands around the trees in the downtown. They're trip hazards and so on. And certainly now is the time to incorporate a lot of these things. And as you mentioned correctly, when we remove the parking meters, that there are some of the old meter head, the stems from the meter heads still there. Maybe there are a lot of missed opportunities here in the process of us, undergoing these changes that we can look at. This is a very exciting time for Ridgewood. We're undergoing our master plan. We're building a garage, we're expanding parking. There's a lot of things that we're doing now, but certainly it's the right time to incorporate a lot of these good ideas, and I think that, bicycle usage is definitely one of them. So if you're open to it, let's have the conversation, so thank you. And I know there were some concerns about the entrances for the bikes and the cars and the pedestrians. The parking garage actually has separate entrances for all. So there's a separate entrance for bicycles, separate entrance for pedestrians, and separate entrance for vehicles. So, we have looked at all of these options. The entrance to the bicycle, for bicycles, is right next to the proposed room for the bicycles. So there would be no reason for pedestrians or bicycle riders to even cross paths. Or vehicles. Vehicles are actually on the opposite side of where the bicycle and the pedestrian entrances are. That's all I have to say. Anybody else want to add anything?
What about the cost on the garage? I think that was
Sorry?
the cost on the garage as well. So I just, sometimes there's just, go ahead.
Okay.
A lot of information out there, and we work really hard up here, and I think some of the misinformation, when you understand that even the Elks Club looking at a renovation, and that's coming through ratepayers, through the utility. So it's important to have really correct information, and everyone's always welcome to email with any questions. So, very good. Okay.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll take a resolution to go into closed session.
Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on September 25th, 2019 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held in the caucus room of the Ridgewood Village Hall, 131 North Maple Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. Be the further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to personnel matters to include boards and committees. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. Be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.
No, don't judge me by the company. Oh, you? You practice here in...